Chapter 44-41. This feeling is so familiar. It's the feeling of the primitive universe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the area he was in gave him a very familiar feeling. This feeling was exactly the same as the feeling the primitive universe gave him. Are these stars? There are also nebulas, galaxies, star regions. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that there were endless stars rotating in the area he was in. There were also galaxies and star regions. And he had become extremely huge. It was as if his palm could cover a star region. And between these galaxies and star regions, there were some multicolored lights. These multicolored lights seemed to be a special kind of energy. They were vast and unfathomable, high and mighty. Lu Ming was familiar with this kind of energy. This was because he could sense it from Origin Realm figures. Also, he could sense a similar aura from the Origin Realm Ancient Characters Battle, and Quantity. Origin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Was this the origin? This kind of origin was very clear. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to grab the origin, and could clearly feel the touch. It was really unbelievable that he could directly come into contact with the origin here. In the primitive universe, the origin was a mysterious and illusory thing. It could only be comprehended, but it could not be touched or captured. But here, he could actually come into contact with it. How easy and fast would it be to comprehend it like this? As expected of the cosmic sea, it was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. It was no wonder that many people wanted to come here. They would rather suppress their cultivation and not break through to compete. What's further away? After sizing it up for a while, Lu Ming was curious again. He found that this area had a boundary. There was a boundary in all directions, and the places further away were enveloped by multicolored lights. It was impossible to see what was behind the multicolored lights, and the places further away gave Lu Ming a strange feeling. The aura was completely different from the aura of the primitive universe. Lu Ming was puzzled. Shaoqing Autumn Moon. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not far away he saw Xianyanqing Autumn Moon, Myriad God, Bubbles and company. Lu Ming. Xianyanqing Autumn Moon, and the others also saw Lu Ming. They were overjoyed and flew over. However, Lu Ming immediately discovered a problem. He realized that the bodies of Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others were much dimmer and more illusory than his. His body was very solid, as if it had materialized. As for Xianyanqing and the others, they were obviously much more illusory. Xianyanqing was still alright, especially Myriad God, Autumn Moon and company. They were a little hazy and it was obvious that they were not corporeal. Could it be that this is the result of being in a different position? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very likely the case. Lu Ming was in the first level, and his body was obviously the most solid. Xianyanqing was in the second level, and his body was second. As for Myriad God, Autumn Moon and company, they were in the third level, and their bodies were naturally more illusory. One had to know that the origins here could be touched with one's body, and could be directly felt. The more solid one's body was, the better the feeling would be. The effect of comprehending the origins would definitely be better. In this way, the difference between the different levels was reflected. Soon Lu Ming's idea was verified, because they had discovered others. For example, the people in the fourth and fifth levels. These people's bodies were even more illusory, and some looked like they would collapse at any time. Obviously, the effect of comprehending the origin seed in such a state would definitely be worse. But there was a strange thing, and that was that they did not see a single heavenly human. This was not right. The heavenly human made up the majority of the top 130, who were qualified to connect to the cosmic sea. But now, there was not a single heavenly human here. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others fell into deep thought. But after thinking for a long time, they still could not find an answer. Forget it, let's start comprehending the origins. We have to hurry. Lu Ming said. The others also nodded, and then they all found a suitable place to start comprehending the origins. Even though they had more than 900 years, it was still a very short period of time for people at their level. Especially when it came to comprehending the origin. One had to know that when those existences in the origin realm were in seclusion to comprehend the origins, a few stellar years might have passed. Compared to a stellar year, 900 years was a huge difference. Lu Ming chose a place where the multicolored light formed by the origins constantly flowed. Lu Ming rushed in, and his entire body was enveloped by the origins. Suddenly, he had a strange understanding in his heart, as if he had caught something. There's an effect so soon. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The cosmic sea was indeed the cosmic sea. It was indeed mysterious, and the effect was astonishing. Originally, with their realm, they were not qualified to comprehend the origins at all. In the primitive universe, with their cultivation realm, they were far from qualified to comprehend the origins. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to touch the surface of the origins, because the difference in realm was too great. Only when their cultivation reached the peak of the Almighty Master realm would they be qualified to touch the origins and comprehend them. If their cultivation was not at the peak of the Almighty Master realm, they would not be qualified. But the cosmic sea had forcefully erased the gap between them, and the effect was very shocking. Of course, this was also related to Lu Ming's position in the first grade. His body was the most solid, and his perception of the origins was the clearest. The others did not have such an effect. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and began to comprehend wholeheartedly. Outside the Grand Supreme Immortal City, everyone only saw Lu Ming and the others sitting cross-legged on the lotus, enveloped by the multicolored light of the lotus, cultivating with their eyes closed. Other than that, there was no abnormality, just like those Almighty Masters. At this moment, the competition for those below the Almighty God Emperor level had also begun. After nearly a year of competition, the results for those below the Almighty God Emperor level had been decided, and a portion of them had successfully connected to the cosmic sea. However, whether the method they used to enter the cosmic sea was the same as Lu Ming and the others, and whether the effect would be the same, was unknown. This was because Lu Ming and the others had only seen the Almighty God Emperor level existences from beginning to end. They did not see any existences of other realms. Time passed quickly, and year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 900 years had passed. The 1,000-year time limit for the Grand Supreme Immortal City to leave was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 10 years left before the Grand Supreme Immortal City would leave. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. This aura came from those Almighty Masters who were connected to the cosmic sea. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction. What a terrifying aura! This aura is simply earth-shattering. It's like a universe. The primitive universe is ancient, powerful, and shocking. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels shouted in horror. Chapter 44-42. Those with lower cultivations were shocked. Those with higher cultivations, such as Divine Lords and Origin Realm cultivators, were also shocked. Someone is breaking through to Origin Realm. Someone is about to truly control Origin. Several Origin Realm cultivators spoke one after another. The others were all shocked. Someone was actually about to break through to reciprocity. This was a rare occurrence. How many years would it take for an Origin Realm cultivator to appear in the entire primitive universe? Witnessing someone break through to Origin Realm with their own eyes was a rare event. Who is it? A question popped up in everyone's minds. They used their eyes to carefully observe through the vast space. In the end, everyone's gaze landed on a burly figure. It's him. He's from the Heaven Destroyer. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were all in disbelief. The person breaking through was actually from the Heaven Destroyer. One had to know that the celestial race occupied the top 3 spots in the competition for Divine Lords. However, this burly man was only 4th. Clearly, the top 3 celestial race cultivators were superior to the Heaven Destroyer in terms of battle prowess, cultivation, foundation, and potential. However, the Heaven Destroyer's Divine Lord was the first to break through to Origin Realm. As for the top 3 Heavenly Human Clan Divine Lords, they had yet to make a breakthrough. How could this be? Many people were puzzled. Could it be that the Heaven Destroyer's talent and potential were greater, but his battle prowess was insufficient, which was why he was 3rd? Damn it, the primitive universe really is a barrier to our race. Otherwise, why would we let this person break through first? A celestial exalt from the celestial race growled angrily. However, his voice was suppressed, so no one else could hear him. Only a few people from the celestial race could hear him. There's nothing we can do about it. If our race wants to break through, we have to pay an even greater price. Therefore, we can't let the forbidden body grow, or it'll affect our race even more. Another celestial exalt spoke. That's right. It's best to get rid of the forbidden body. The third celestial exalt spoke. He was very young and wore golden armor. He held a golden spear in his hand, making him seem like an invincible war god. He was Yelu Xingqiang, the sworn enemy of the third demon sword. The conversation between the celestial exalts revealed a huge secret. Unfortunately, no one else could hear it. All right. On Heaven Destroyer's side, the white-haired Origin Venerate stroked his beard and laughed loudly. The third demon sword and the others also smiled, unable to contain their joy. As long as this person succeeded in breaking through, Heaven Destroyer would have another Source Venerate. Source Venerables were too important. They were the true pinnacle of battle power in the universe. Every additional one was extremely important. There were over 10,000 powerful races on the desolate universe's myriad races, but only the top 10 races possessed reciprocity experts. Of course, other races might possess reciprocity experts as well, but they would be extremely rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. If the Heaven Destroyer could gain another reciprocity expert, it would be great news for the Heaven Destroyer. The people on Heaven Destroyer's side were very happy and secretly hoped that this person would succeed in breaking through. As for the Heavenly Human Tribe, they were praying that this person would fail. Roar. The burly figure let out a loud roar as his body left the lotus and floated in the void. Then his body started to expand rapidly. In the end, he turned into an indomitable figure. This was a primordial divine spirit, a pure primordial divine spirit. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. He was extremely huge and a vast aura spread out in all directions. He roared at the sky as he tried to break through to reciprocity. Lord Longfan is about to break through to reciprocity and become an over-god. There were a few primordial divine spirits in the surroundings. They were all divine masters and they were all excited. An over-god was the highest level of primordial divine spirits. It was equivalent to a source venerate or a heavenly venerate of the heavenly human tribe. Longfan was the name of the primordial divine spirit who was trying to break through to reciprocity. He was in existence who had lived since the incipient god era. He was extremely powerful and had accumulated a lot of power. This time he had connected to the cosmic sea and obtained its help to break through the bottleneck, an attempt to break through to reciprocity. Of course, breaking through to reciprocity did not mean that he would succeed. Failure often meant death. So many people were very nervous. Roar. Longfan roared continuously. His indomitable body swelled up like a balloon as if it would explode at any time. His aura became more and more terrifying. Everyone waited and watched. They knew that this was the critical moment of the breakthrough. Either he would succeed or he would fail. However, Longfan was still under the protection of the Taishang Immortal City. No one could affect his breakthrough. Otherwise, the people of the Heavenly Palace would have taken action long ago to interrupt Longfan's breakthrough. Now they could only watch helplessly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. At this moment, Longfan's aura had reached its peak. The void was constantly trembling under his aura. However, the others who were connected to the cosmic sea on their respective lotuses were not affected at all. They were enveloped by the light of the lotuses, which cut off all senses of the outside world. The people outside could not attack them, and they could not sense what was happening outside. Therefore, the others, including Lu Ming and the others, were still quietly cultivating. Break! Suddenly Longfan roared. His long hair fluttered, and his originally powerful aura suddenly increased by a notch. Buzz! At this moment, everyone felt as though the entire universe was trembling. Then, a shocking scene appeared. All the stars in the universe shone brightly at this moment. All the stars were several times brighter than before. Then from all over the universe, rays of light rushed in this direction. They were too fast. In just a few breaths, they had crossed the endless universe and rushed into Longfan's body. This is the resonance of the universe. He succeeded in breaking through. Someone exclaimed. The hearts of the others were beating wildly. Legend had it that the universe would resonate when one broke through to the origin realm. The stars would shine as if they were cheering. Just now, such a phenomenon had appeared. This was enough to show that Long Fan had succeeded in breaking through. If he failed, he would not resonate with the universe. Origin was the most fundamental thing in the universe. Once one broke through and controlled the origin, one's lifespan would coexist with the universe. Every action would be closely related to the universe. Therefore, it could cause the universe to resonate. It was said that when someone in the origin realm died, the universe would also resonate. Long Fan was enveloped by the endless rays of light from all over the universe. These rays of light all merged into Long Fan's body in the end, forming a golden mark between Long Fan's eyebrows. The golden imprint flashed and disappeared. After controlling an origin, Long Fan has officially become an over-god. Fei Huang smiled faintly. Chapter 44-43. Long Fan had officially stepped into the origin realm, and the Heaven Destroyer had gained another peak powerhouse. This made the people of the Heaven Destroyer overjoyed. Some were happy, while others were sad. The people of the Heavenly Human tribe had gloomy expressions. In particular, the Divine Lord existences looked at Long Fan with complicated expressions. They were originally in the same realm as Long Fan. Although Long Fan was strong, they were on the same level. But now, Long Fan had leaped through the Dragon's Gate and reached the origin realm in one fell swoop. He was no longer someone they could compare to. As long as the origin realm was not killed, they could live as long as the universe. As long as the universe was not destroyed, the origin realm would not be destroyed. Only when the epoch changed and the universe was destroyed would the origin realm be destroyed. This was the ultimate goal of countless beings in the universe. No matter how strong the Divine Lord was, they could not withstand a single blow from the origin realm. Slowly the cosmic phenomenon disappeared. Long Fan's aura stabilized, and his body returned to its normal size. He opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword that pierced through the void. Then he took a step forward and rushed out of the area covered by the light barrier, appearing beside Fei Huang and the others. He had broken through and reached the origin realm. He had lost the right to continue comprehending the origin realm. Long Fan, congratulations. Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others came to congratulate him with smiles. I would also like to thank all of you for your help and support. Long Fan clasped his fist in return. He was very polite, but his expression was more relaxed. He was not as restrained as before. He was only a divine lord in the past. Although he had lived for countless years, he was much older than Fei Huang and the others. But cultivation knew that those who reached the origin realm were the seniors. Fei Huang and the others were far above him. In the past, he had to be respectful in front of Fei Huang and the others. Now there was no need. He was also in the same realm. He could talk to them as equals. Time passed slowly amidst the congratulations from the Heaven Destroyer. Soon the scene returned to calm. They continued to wait. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. At this moment, the Taishang Immortal City trembled slightly. Mysterious patterns flashed on it. Then the light barrier that covered Lu Ming and the others disappeared. The lotus flowers under the feet of Lu Ming and the others also disappeared. Initially, Lu Ming was focused on comprehending the origin in the universe. All of a sudden, he felt a powerful force pulling him toward a certain direction. The speed was beyond his imagination. Before Lu Ming could react, he felt his body tremble. He couldn't help but open his eyes. He was back. Lu Ming found that he had already left the cosmic sea and returned to the primitive universe, returning to the sky above the highest supreme immortal city. 950 years have passed? So fast. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When he was cultivating in cosmic ocean, he could not feel the passage of time at all. He felt that he had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Unexpectedly, more than 900 years had passed. How is your comprehension of the origin source coming along? With a thought, Lu Ming quickly used his inner perception to check the situation. In the next moment, he discovered a bright ball of light in his divine sense. This was a round bead about the size of a longan fruit. It was neither gold nor stone, and it was circulating with a mysterious aura. Origin source. Lu Ming sensed it and knew that the aura circulating on the longan fruit was the aura of the origin source. It was very dense and condensed. Origin source seed, this was the origin source seed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had condensed the origin source seed. On the origin source seed, the power of the origin source turned into countless tiny threads that flowed through Lu Ming's body, nourishing Lu Ming and improving Lu Ming at all times. With the nourishment of the origin source, Lu Ming could come into contact with the origin source at all times. This was very helpful for his future cultivation. When he broke through from the Divine Master realm to the origin realm, the help would be even greater. It was equivalent to having a foundation in advance. It would naturally be much easier for him to break through than others. Lu Ming's mind stirred, and he began to control the origin source seed. Immediately, the power of the origin source seed poured into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming had a feeling that his hands were now filled with terrifying destructive power. The power of the origin source seed can be used to attack. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. But soon, Lu Ming calmed down. After all, this was just an origin source seed. The power of the origin source it contained was very little. Even if it could be used to attack, Lu Ming estimated that it could only be used for one attack. After one attack, the power of the origin source seed would be exhausted and need to slowly recover. Therefore, this could not be used as a common method to fight enemies. It could only be used as a trump card at a critical moment. However, even if it only had the power for one attack, Lu Ming was still secretly delighted. This was the power of the origin source. How powerful was the power that only people at the level of a heavenly venerable lord and a Shenyuan venerable could control? Lu Ming was very curious about how powerful this attack would be. He was also looking forward to it. Unfortunately, he could not try it now. However, Lu Ming was sure that it would definitely be much more terrifying than his current strongest attack. Otherwise, how could he live up to the name origin source? Collecting his thoughts, Lu Ming looked around. Yi Qiuxian, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiu Moon and the others had already woken up. Like Lu Ming, they all checked with their inner senses. Most of them smiled after checking it out. However, there were also a few people who looked gloomy and even wailed. I didn't get anything. My origin source seed. Where's the origin source seed? Did I fail to comprehend it? Impossible, impossible. No, this is not the result I wanted. No, some people wailed and wailed. Clearly, these people had failed to comprehend the origin source seed, and did not condense it. They had fought so hard in hopes of condensing the origin source seed, and increasing their potential. Not only did they want to reach the Divine Master realm in the future, but they also wanted to comprehend the origin source realm. However, they had failed to condense the origin source seed. Like the others, it would not be so easy for them to reach the origin source realm in the future. They had originally held great hope, but it turned into despair in the end. This difference was unbearable for these people. Let's go. Let's go near Senior Fei Huang and the others. Lu Ming sent a message to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiu Moon and the others. Then they all flew toward Fei Huang and the others. Now they were still within the range of the Taishang Immortal City. Everyone was suppressed. The people of the heavenly human tribe naturally did not dare to make a move. However, 1,000 years had passed. The Taishang Immortal City could leave at any time. At that time, the people of the heavenly human tribe would probably make a move. Therefore, they could only guarantee their safety by going to Fei Huang and the others. Lu Ming, let's meet again in the future. Brother Lu Ming, I'll find a chance to see you in the future. Dandan and Bubbles did not follow Lu Ming and the others. Instead, they sent a message to Lu Ming and returned to the experts of their respective races. The World Turtle Clan and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse Clan naturally sent experts. Chapter 44-44. After all, Dandan and Bubbles had their own races. With their ties, they couldn't brazenly follow Lu Ming and the others. Otherwise, it would implicate their entire race. On the second floor of the Supreme Immortal City, they had already gone overboard by helping Lu Ming. At that time, the Heavenly Palace would probably punish the two races. Dandan, Bubbles, if there's anything else, send me a message as soon as possible. Lu Ming replied via sound transmission. Alright. Dandan and Bubbles nodded. Ling Yue also remained silent as she arrived near the experts of the elf clan. When the experts of the elf clan saw Ling Yue, they were all overjoyed and bowed respectfully. They had all seen Ling Yue's previous performance. 11 stars of battle strength. This was equivalent to the level of the heavenly daughter of heaven. In the entire universe's heaven's chosen list, only Ling Heng, who was ranked first, had such battle strength. Now that Ling Yue had comprehended the origin seed, it was very likely that she would break through to the origin realm in the future. Once the elf clan had an origin realm expert overseeing it, their status and strength would skyrocket. At that time, even if they couldn't enter the top 10 races, they would still be close. However, Ling Yue was expressionless as she casually nodded her head. The others also left one after another and returned to their respective races. The people of the celestial race also returned to the side of the experts of the celestial race. Lord Heavenly Sovereigns, this junior has failed you. Yi Chu Tianji came in front of the Empyreans and said with his head lowered. His face was fiery red, and he didn't dare to look at the Empyreans' faces. Before entering the Supreme Immortal City, he had once boasted in front of the Empyreans that he would easily suppress Lu Ming. Once he met Lu Ming, he would kill Lu Ming. But in the end, however, he had been killed by Lu Ming in public and on the fighting ring. It was a disgrace to the heavenly human tribe. With such a huge contrast, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He didn't have the face to meet the Empyreans. Work hard in the future. The Empyreans said a few words indifferently and didn't say anything else. The tone was very cold. Clearly, the few Empyreans were all very unhappy. Yi Chutian's heart sank as he roared in his heart. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Damn it, Wang. At this moment, the Supreme Immortal City shook again, and it was even more intense than before. They were about to leave the highest Supreme Immortal City. Everyone's heart trembled. 60 solar years ago, they had already experienced it once. Once the 1,000 years were up, the Supreme Immortal City would break through space and enter the ruins of the universe. They would wander around the ruins of the universe, and no one would be able to find them. Who knew how long it would be before he would appear again? Let's go out first. Fei Huang opened her mouth, her voice ringing in the ears of every heaven destroyer. Then, they flew in one direction, intending to leave the range of the Grand Supreme Immortal City, before returning to the universe ruins. As soon as Fei Huang and the others moved, the heavenly human tribe looked over. Follow them. Don't let them go. An old celestial lord shouted in a low voice. His voice rang in the ears of the people in the heavenly palace, including some of the other powerful tribes. As soon as the voice fell, the heavenly venerables of the heavenly human tribe moved and followed behind Lu Ming and the others. Then the Divine Master Realm experts followed closely behind. Are they going to attack the Heaven Destroyer? Follow them. Let's follow them too. The experts of the other tribes, such as the top 10 tribes, and the Divine Master Realm experts of these tribes also followed closely behind the heavenly human tribe, intending to attack the people of the Heaven Destroyer. The people of the World Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Rat Clan did not move. Are you really going to help Lu Ming deal with the prodigies of the heavenly human tribe in the Grand Supreme Immortal City? An old man of the World Turtle Clan asked Dandan and Bubbles. That's right. Lu Ming used to be with me after all. When he was in danger, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I couldn't help but make a move, Dandan said. If Big Brother Lu Ming is in danger, of course I have to make a move. I have to do it even if it means risking my life. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. This made the experts of the World Turtle Clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rat Clan look very serious. The people of the heavenly human tribe are very narrow-minded, especially when it comes to the taboo body. I'm afraid it won't end so easily. We have to think about it carefully. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go back as soon as possible and discuss this with the Patriarch and the others. That's right. Let's leave now. The experts of the World Turtle Clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rat Clan spoke one after another. Then they took the backs of the two clans and set off, rushing in another direction. Now, the people of the heavenly human tribe were all focused on the Heaven Destroyer. How could they care about the World Turtle Clan and the Spacetime Spirit Rat Clan? They quickly left the area covered by the Grand Supreme Immortal City and flew toward the star field where the two clans were located. No one paid attention to them. When the two clans left, several experts of the elf tribe followed the people of the heavenly human tribe to kill Lu Ming and the others. Elders, don't go. Ling Yue wanted to stop the elders of the elf tribe. Princess, that Lu Ming is Mu Yun, and you were once very close to him. The heavenly human tribe will definitely blame us. Now is the best time for us to show our loyalty and render meritorious service. This time, we can dispel the doubts of the heavenly human tribe. This is a major matter that concerns the entire race. That's right. Princess, just stay here and don't move. We'll take care of everything. The elders of the elf tribe left behind a few words and followed the heavenly human tribe. Ling Yue opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The heavenly human tribe really won't let this go. Among the Heaven Destroyer crowd, Fei Huang whispered. So what if they won't let this go? Don't tell me we're afraid of them? Our combat strength is not weaker than theirs. Now that we have Long Fan as a general, how can they stop us? At most, we'll just fight. The third demon sword Dao was full of fighting spirit. His gaze swept towards Yelu Shenqiang behind him, filled with killing intent. Yelu Shenqiang's gaze swept towards the third demon sword, also filled with killing intent. Our performance this time was too outstanding. Lu Ming, Xiaoqing, Wan Shen, Autumn Moon and the others are all peerless geniuses. Their overall potential is greater than that of the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe. They definitely won't let us go and will do whatever it takes to get rid of Lu Ming and the others, especially Lu Ming. So it's better to be careful. I reckon they have other experts in the dark. Fei Huang said. The others also looked solemn and sped up. However, the experts of the heavenly palace followed closely behind them, maintaining a certain distance. Soon, the people of the Heaven Destroyer left the area covered by the Taishang Immortal City. As soon as they left the area covered by the Taishang Immortal City, their cultivation was completely restored without the suppression of the Taishang Immortal City. A terrifying sword intent rushed out of the third demon sword. Then a battle sword flew out and expanded rapidly. With a wave of Fei Huang's hand, a black lotus appeared, and it quickly grew bigger. The white-haired elder also summoned a towering tree. Chapter 44-45. The Heaven Destroyer had a total of 7 Origin Realm cultivators when they arrived. Now including Long Fan, there were 8 Origin Realm cultivators. They all took out their treasures. Come up quick. Fei Huang shouted. All those below reciprocity charged toward the huge weapons. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Moon, Wan Shen, and the others all charged into Fei Huang's Black Lotus. A wave of energy enveloped them. After everyone entered the weapons, the 8 Origin Realm cultivators broke through the void and tried to leave. However, they didn't get far before the space around them began to tremble and collapse. Stay! An old voice rang out. Several terrifying attacks swept toward Fei Huang and the others from the dark void. These attacks were extremely terrifying. They were definitely the attacks of Origin Realm cultivators. 3 Origin Realm cultivators want to stop us? Break. Third demon sword shouted and slashed out. A vast sword light flew out and blocked one of the attacks. The other Origin Realm cultivators also took action and blocked the remaining attacks. It's enough to stop you for a moment. The void in front of them constantly exploded, revealing a pitch-black space. In the pitch-black space, several huge figures could be vaguely seen. Without a doubt, they were the celestial exalts of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the Taishang Immortal City trembled again. It was enveloped in a dazzling light and then flew away with a whoosh. It disappeared into the vast universe. The suppression of the Taishang Immortal City disappeared without a trace. The people of the heavenly palace immediately recovered their strength. Traitors, you can't leave. Stay. Yelu Xingqiang roared. The golden armor on his body shone brightly as he stabbed out with his golden spear. Whoosh. The golden spear pierced through the void and stabbed toward third demon sword. Good, I'll kill you this time. Third demon sword shouted, revealing a powerful battle intent. He swung his sword at Yelu Xingqiang. A demon sword cut through the starry sky and clashed with the golden spear. Boom. A shocking explosion took place as the two figures were knocked backward. Third, don't get caught up in the battle. Leave this place first to avoid being surrounded. Flying Phoenix against the third demon. Right now, the Heavenly Palace had more reciprocity experts than them. If they were surrounded, they would be in trouble. Yalu Shenqiang, I'll let you go this time, but I'll kill you next time. The third Devil Sword shouted, no longer attacking Yi Lui Shenqiang. Instead, he cooperated with Fei Huang and the others, rushing forward. Up ahead, only 3 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace had appeared. With the 8 of them working together, it was not difficult for them to charge out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 8 reciprocity experts struck out together. 8 attacks shot forward, creating an earth-shaking scene. The entire cosmos shook. Some of the nearby stars were also exploding. However, the 3 reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace remained motionless in the dark space. They did not seem to be worried at all against the attacks of 8 reciprocity experts. The next moment, a few more figures appeared behind them. There were a total of 5 figures, all of them extremely majestic with shocking auras. 5 more reciprocity experts had appeared. Including the 3 from before, there were 8 of them. The expressions of Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others changed drastically. The 8 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace had struck out, successfully blocking the attacks of Fei Huang and the others. Ha ha ha, traitors, I told you you won't be able to leave today. Yalu Shenqiang laughed as he chased from behind. Behind them, there were 7 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace. On the Heavenly Palace's side, there were a total of 15 reciprocity experts, surrounding them. This made Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others extremely solemn. 15 reciprocity experts was almost twice as many as them. Moreover, they did not know if there were any extremely powerful reciprocity experts among them. If there were, they would be in danger. Most importantly, Fei Huang was only a soul clone. Her battle prowess was not very strong. She could only barely reach reciprocity with the help of a powerful divine weapon. In addition, Long Fan had only just reached reciprocity. Among reciprocity experts, his cultivation was the weakest. As a result, their situation became even more dire. Let's go all out. The third demon sword's eyes shone with a fierce light as his sword hummed continuously. The others also pushed their strength to the limit. Kill! Kill! The experts from the Heavenly Palace struck out. 15 reciprocity experts struck out together. 15 attacks shot toward Fei Huang and the others. Let's work together and focus on defense, Fei Huang said. Rays of light blossomed from the hands of Fei Huang and the others. It was not an offensive technique, but a defensive one. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They were definitely not a match for them in a direct confrontation. If they focused on defense and waited for an opportunity to break out, they still had a chance of winning. Rays of light enveloped Fei Huang and the others. In the next moment, the 15 attacks fell. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions rang out as large swathes of the starry sky were annihilated by the terrifying power. The surrounding galaxy was instantly swept away. The stars in the galaxy exploded, and the stars were extinguished. In just an instant, a vast galaxy was destroyed. Fortunately, this place was close to the universe ruins and the conditions were too harsh. There were almost no living creatures in this galaxy. Otherwise, who knew how many creatures would have died in that attack? With a series of explosions, the defense formed by Fei Huang and the others shook violently before exploding. The 8 of them retreated rapidly. The weaker ones, such as Long Fan, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Fei Huang's body also dimmed. She was almost annihilated. Oh no, there's a late reciprocity expert among them. An reciprocity expert from the Heaven Destroyer exclaimed. After reaching reciprocity, the division of cultivation realms was completely different from before. For example, reciprocity was generally divided into early reciprocity, mid-reciprocity, late reciprocity. The gap between each level was extremely huge. In the primitive universe, ordinary reciprocity experts were at early reciprocity. Those who could reach mid-reciprocity were few and far between. For example, the third demon sword was at mid-reciprocity. This time, the strongest of the 8 from the Heaven Destroyer was at mid-reciprocity. There were a total of 3. The others were all at early reciprocity. Of course, Fei Huang did not count. She was only a soul clone, so it was very difficult to measure her cultivation realm. However, there were late reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace this time. Earlier, it was these late reciprocity experts who had taken action that had destroyed their defense in a single stroke. This time, all of you will stay behind. This time, the heavens are really on our side. As long as we kill these people, the Heaven Destroyer will suffer heavy losses. Our foundation will be shaken, and we will lose all of our future strength. The day of our destruction will be near. Attack with your full strength. The reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace were filled with intense killing intent as they pushed their strength to the limit. Chapter 44-46. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace circulated their origin energy and pushed their battle prowess to the limit. Every single one of them used their trump cards to attack Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others. This was an excellent opportunity. As long as they got rid of Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others, the Heaven Destroyer would definitely suffer heavy losses. 8 reciprocity experts, no 7 reciprocity experts, to be more precise. Fei Huang was only a soul clone after all. Her true body was not here. 7 reciprocity experts were enough to make the Heaven Destroyer suffer heavy losses. The most important ones were the younger generation. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiuyu, Wan Shen, and the others. Every single one of these people was extremely terrifying. Once they reached major achievement, they would definitely become extremely terrifying experts. They would pose a great threat to the Heavenly Palace. As long as they got rid of these people, the threat of the Heaven Destroyer would be greatly reduced. Then, once Yi Qiuxian reached major achievement, he would be able to destroy the Heaven Destroyer in one fell swoop and repel the demons. He would truly unify the primitive universe. At that time, the vast ruins of the universe would belong to the Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, the experts of the Heavenly Palace became fired up. When they attacked, they became even more powerful. Oh no! The expressions of the third demon sword, Long Fan, and the others changed drastically. They could not withstand the previous wave of attacks. Some of them had even been injured. However, this wave of attacks was even more powerful and targeted. For example, the terrifying late reciprocity expert of the Heavenly Palace had directly targeted Long Fan and the other weakest people. They wanted to defeat them one by one. They would first kill the weaker ones before dealing with the stronger ones. A terrifying attack shot toward Long Fan. It belonged to a late reciprocity expert. Another attack was aimed at Fei Huang. The late reciprocity expert had launched a total of 2 attacks. Even if Long Fan and Fei Huang were in peak condition, they would not be able to withstand a single attack from a late reciprocity expert, let alone the fact that they had already been injured in the first wave. The situation had suddenly become extremely dangerous. At this moment, a jade talisman appeared in Fei Huang's hand. With a bang, Fei Huang crushed the jade talisman. The jade talisman exploded, turning into a dazzling light that dissipated. And within the dissipating light, many figures appeared. Flying phoenixes, they were all flying phoenixes. The figures that appeared were all flying phoenixes. There were a total of 36 figures, each of them emitting a powerful aura. Soul incarnation? You actually have so many soul incarnations? How is this possible? An Empyrean exclaimed. Fei Huang didn't answer because her 36 incarnations quickly rushed to the soul incarnation at the front and fused together. Following the fusion of the soul incarnation, Fei Huang's aura began to skyrocket. Early reciprocity, peak early reciprocity, mid reciprocity. In the end, when the 36 soul clones fused into one, her presence reached late reciprocity in a single stroke. His aura had increased exponentially. This process seemed to take a long time, but it all happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Fei Huang completed the fusion, and then slapped out 2 palms. 2 pitch-black palms shot out, colliding with the attack of the late reciprocity expert from the Heavenly Palace, blocking his attack. Fei Huang, you actually have 36 soul incarnations with you. Ordinary people can only create a few soul incarnations at most. Yet you have so many. Aren't you afraid of harming your foundation? The late reciprocity expert from the Heavenly Palace said coldly. He had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He was extremely old. His name was Yi Chu Zhenyang, and he was an ancestor of the Celestial clan. He had lived for countless years, and it was said that he had once participated in the war against the primitive gods. Many primitive gods had died at his hands. You're just ignorant. Do you think everyone is mediocre? Fei Huang's cold voice rang out. Her presence was unparalleled, and her body was so condensed that it was impossible to tell that she was a soul incarnation. Bang! She took a step forward, and a terrifying aura swept out like a wave. The two Empyrean exalts who were closer to her trembled, and were forced back by the aura. The difference between each level of the reciprocity realm was extremely great. It was impossible to resist. However, Yi Chu Zhenyang's aura erupted and blocked Fei Huang's aura. Fei Huang, you're just a soul incarnation in the end. Even if you forcefully raise your cultivation to late reciprocity, how much of your strength can you use? Scorching Sun Finger kill. Yi Chu Zhenyang roared and clawed at Fei Huang with his hands. At that moment, the tips of his 10 fingers shone brightly. One could see that there were suns emerging from the tips of his 10 fingers. Yes, suns. Each of his fingertips had a sun that shone with resplendent light. The power of each sun was probably thousands of times greater than the stars in the universe. This was because they were completely condensed from the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation could only be condensed into an attack like this. From the outside, it was impossible to see the lightning formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. This could only be achieved by someone who had an extremely profound control over the power of the heavenly tribulation. Yi Chu Zhenyang's claw became extremely large as he grabbed at Fei Huang. This was an extremely terrifying attack. A single sun condensed from the power of the heavenly tribulation contained enough power to destroy the world. Once it exploded, it could destroy an entire galaxy. Demonic tribulation finger. Fei Huang said softly. She extended 2 slender fingers and jabbed out 10 times in a row. Swish, swish, swish. 10 consecutive bursts of energy shot out and collided with Yi Chu Zhenyang's attack. The entire region was turned upside down. The stars trembled. It was an extremely shocking scene. There was a black lotus beneath Fei Huang's feet. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiuyu, and the others were protected by the lotus. They could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Lu Ming and many others were shaken by this battle. They found it difficult to remain calm. It was just too terrifying. It was just too powerful. This was a battle between reciprocity realm cultivators. The strength was simply unimaginable. When existences at this level fought wildly, it would cause devastating damage to the universe. If there were too many of these existences, they might really be able to destroy the universe. It was no wonder that the boundless Eldritch continent had been destroyed in the last epoch. There were probably too many experts participating in this battle. Many people showed an expression of endless yearning. This was the goal of cultivation. If they could reach this level, how great would it be? After Fei Huang and Yi Chu Zhenyang exchanged a blow, they continued to fight and exchanged dozens of blows. The others avoided the area where the two of them were fighting. They did not dare to approach. In another direction, the third demon sword and the others gathered together to block the attacks of the other people from the heavenly palace. They defended with all their strength and could hold on for a while. However, as time went on, it would definitely be very disadvantageous for them. Chapter 44-47. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed. Fei Huang and Yi Chu Zhenyang were locked in battle. The third demon sword and the others were at a disadvantage. Their opponents outnumbered them, and even if they focused on defense, they would not be able to hold on for long. Third demon sword, your fate has come to an end, prepare to die. Yi Lui Xingqiang roared, and his golden spear continued to attack. The sky was filled with golden spear shadows, and they were constantly attacking the third demon sword and the others. The third demon sword waved his sword, and he did not expect to win, but he did not want to make any mistakes. He used his sword as a shield, and it turned into a heavy sword shield that blocked the attacks of Yi Chu Xinqiang and the others. Yi Chu Xinqiang, you're just relying on your advantage in numbers. If we fight one-on-one, I will definitely kill you. The third demon sword shouted coldly. This is not a competition, this is a war. Third demon sword, die. Yi Luishengqiang shouted, and he stopped attacking. Instead, he retreated quickly, and the golden spear in his hand was replaced by a long spear. It was a gray long spear that looked like it was polished from stone. It did not have any beauty, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others' faces changed when they saw the long spear. Sky Destroyer spear. The third demon sword's face changed drastically, and he shouted in shock. That was because the long spear's origin was too great. Legend had it that the long spear was one of the heavenly human tribe's ancestral artifacts. It had followed the heavenly human tribe through their entire history, and it had killed countless experts. It was said that the Sky Destroyer Force, one of the heavenly human tribe's 4 strongest heavenly forces, was comprehended from the Sky Destroyer spear. The heavenly human tribe actually used the Sky Destroyer spear to deal with us. The third demon sword's face was extremely solemn. There was no doubt that the Sky Destroyer spear was one of the most terrifying weapons in the universe. So you should feel honored to die under the Sky Destroyer spear. Yi Luishengqiang said coldly, and the Sky Destroyer force was injected into the Sky Destroyer spear. Buzz. The Sky Destroyer spear shook slightly, and an incomparably terrifying aura exuded from it. It was a destructive aura. The power contained within it was very similar to the heavenly extermination force. However, it was much more terrifying than the heavenly extermination force. Die. Ye Luishengqiang shouted, thrusting out his long spear at the third devil sword. Not good. Before the attack arrived, the third demon sword felt a fatal crisis. His entire body was locked down. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult. Most importantly, there were many other masters from the heavenly palace surrounding them. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Third, defend with all your might, shouted Fei Huang. Seizing the opportunity, she pointed out with her finger. A finger energy shot towards the Sky Extermination spear at an astonishing speed. His finger strike landed on the Sky Extermination spear. Clang! The Sky Extermination spear shook violently. Fei Huang was currently at late reciprocity after all. Her attack was extremely powerful. Although it failed to block the Apocalypse spear completely, it did weaken a portion of its power. Take care of yourself, yelled Yi Chuxingyang. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked Fei Huang, causing her body to sway. Her body almost exploded, and her light dimmed a lot. She was now a soul incarnation, not a body of flesh and blood, so she wouldn't vomit blood. However, her body's light dimmed, which was similar to vomiting blood, indicating that she was injured. The Sky Extermination spear continued to stab the third demon sword with its remaining power. 9-layered sword shield, roared the third demon sword. He attacked with all his strength. Endless sword light burst out, forming a 9-layered sword shield in front of him. As soon as the sword shield was formed, the Sky Extermination spear arrived, stabbing into the sword shield. Puff, puff, puff. The 9-layered sword shield couldn't withstand the Sky Extermination spear's attack. It was pierced through one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 9-layered sword shield was completely pierced. The terrifying Sky Extermination spear stabbed the third demon sword. Ah! The third demon sword cried out miserably as his body was blown away. He saw that the third demon sword's chest had been pierced through, leaving behind a large hole. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the terrifying power contained in the Sky Extermination spear had entered the third demon sword's body and was crazily destroying his body. The large hole in his chest was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was being destroyed by the power. The third demon sword roared as he used all his strength to resist the terrifying power. In the end, the third demon sword paid a heavy price to resist the power. However, his body was gone. It was completely destroyed by the power of the Sky Extermination spear. Only his head was left, and his aura was extremely weak. In one move, the third demon sword was severely injured. He only had his head left, and he no longer had the strength to fight. The power of the Sky Extermination spear was truly astonishing. Moreover, the Sky Extermination spear's power had been weakened by Fei Huang. Only then did it manage to pierce the third demon sword. Otherwise, the third demon sword wouldn't have been able to resist this move. He would have been turned into ashes. The sky extermination spear was indeed worthy of being one of the heavenly human tribe's strongest ancestral artifacts. Yi Luxianqiang, who was originally on the same level as the third demon sword, used it to suppress the third demon sword. Inside the lotus, Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and the others were filled with worry. They couldn't wait to go out and fight. Lu Ming and the third demon sword could be considered as life and death friends. It was the third demon sword who had brought him out of the heavenly palace's prison. The third demon sword was Xian Yinqing's senior brother in his previous life. Although Xian Yinqing had the upper hand in this life, he still had the memories of his previous life. He still had some feelings for the third demon sword. At this moment, he was naturally very worried. Yi Luxianqiang was a little unhappy that he didn't kill the third demon sword in one move. He was holding one of the heavenly human tribe's strongest ancestral artifacts, the sky extermination spear. He originally thought that he could easily kill the third demon sword with one move, but he didn't expect the third demon sword to survive. This made him feel ashamed. Third demon sword, the next move is to kill you. Go to hell. Yi Luxianqiang roared. His sky extermination power surged into the sky extermination spear, wanting to activate the sky extermination spear to kill the third demon sword once and for all. If you dare to kill him, I'll let you die. Right at this moment, a chilly voice suddenly resounded from the distant starry sky. When the voice first came out, it sounded very far away, but when the last word came out, it sounded very close. Swish. A golden sword light erupted from the starry space. The sword light traversed the starry space, spanning hundreds of millions of li, vast and boundless, slashing towards Yi Luxianqiang. Yi Luxianqiang's expression froze. Subconsciously, he swung the sky extermination spear to block the attack. With a loud clang, the sword light collided with the sky extermination spear. Yi Luxianqiang's body shook, and he couldn't help retreating. Then, a young man appeared in the starry space. Chapter 44-48. A young man appeared in the starry sky. He looked very young and very handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was handsome. He was dressed in white and carried a longsword on his back. He also held a golden longsword in his hand. That's the second divine sword. Xian Yinqing exclaimed from the lotus. The second divine sword? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. In my previous life, Tang Qing's father had 3 direct disciples. They were the first divine sword, second divine sword, and third demon sword. They were all peerless geniuses of the sword. Xian Yinqing explained. Hiss. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Xian Yinqing's father in his previous life was his father-in-law. The 3 disciples of this cheap father-in-law were actually so terrifying. The third demon sword was in existence in the origin realm. Now that the second divine sword had appeared, it went without saying that he was also in existence in the origin realm. Moreover, from the sword just now, he seemed to be even stronger than the third demon sword. Then what about the first divine sword? Was he also in existence in the origin realm? The 3 disciples were all existences in the origin realm. This was too unbelievable. The origin realm was not a cabbage. It was the overlord of the universe, the peak battle strength of the universe. If the disciples were so powerful, then as the master, how powerful would he be? Lu Ming was more and more curious about this cheap father-in-law. During this period, he had also heard some stories about this cheap father-in-law. It was said that this cheap father-in-law also came from a small world. In the end, his name shook the primitive universe and he was called the Forbidden Sword Ancestor. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Second senior brother, haha, you're here. That's great. Seeing the second divine sword, the third demon sword was overjoyed. Second divine sword, I didn't expect you to also appear. Heaven Destroyer only sent you here alone? Yi Luxianqiang said as he looked around, as if he was looking for the person lying in ambush. Yi Zhengyang and the other experts of the heavenly palace did the same. Their spiritual sense permeated every inch of the universe to prevent an ambush. You don't need to look for me. Today I came alone. The second divine sword. What? Hearing this, the faces of the third devil sword, Long Fan, and the others fell, and their hearts sank. What was the use of the second divine sword coming alone? Although the second sword's battle prowess was great, he was only at mid-reciprocity. He could not reverse the situation at all. Only Fei Huang's eyes flickered. She glanced at the sword on the back of the second divine sword thoughtfully. You came alone? Yalu Xingqiang and the other heavenly human tribe experts were also stunned. However, they did not find any other Heaven Destroyer members around them. The Heaven Destroyer had only sent the second godly sword? Or was it that the second divine sword happened to be nearby and noticed the situation and rushed over? Second divine sword, you actually dared to come here alone? Then die with your junior brother. At least you'll have company. Yi Lu Xinqiang said coldly, continuing to channel the heavenly extermination force into the heavenly extermination spear. The sky extermination spear was activated once again, emitting a terrifying aura. I alone am enough. The second divine sword smiled faintly, extremely calm. Shameless boasting, second divine sword. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. In front of absolute power, only death awaits. Sky extermination spear, kill. Yelu Xingqiang roared, channeling the sky extermination spear with all his might. The sky extermination spear trembled, emitting an even more terrifying aura. It then turned into a ray of light, stabbing at the second divine sword. Yelu Xingqiang's furious attack had activated the sky extermination spear's terrifying power. It was even stronger than the one he had used on the third demon sword. Senior brother, be careful. Second divine sword, dodge. The third demon sword and the others roared. Within the lotus, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. The sky extermination spear was extremely fast, piercing through the boundless starry sky in the blink of an eye. It was about to hit the second divine sword. However, the second divine sword remained calm, standing in the starry sky without any intention of fighting back. Clang. At this moment, a sword chime rang out, instantly spreading across several star regions. In these star regions, all living beings heard this sword chime. This sword chime came from the battle sword on the second divine sword's back. At this moment, the battle sword automatically flew out of its sheath, piercing through space. It was a very ordinary-looking battle sword, similar to the iron sword used by ordinary martial artists. Its color was dull, and it looked very ordinary. However, an incomparably terrifying sword light burst out from it. Swoosh! The ordinary battle sword slashed at the void, accurately hitting the sky extermination spear. Suddenly, the sky extermination spear shook violently and flew back, crashing into Yelu Xingqiang's body. Yelu Xingqiang screamed, vomiting blood, and his face turned pale. Master! Seeing this sword, the third demon sword cried out excitedly. This aura! It's the Forbidden Sword Ancestor's aura. The other experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side were also overjoyed. Fei Huang's face also showed a smile. On the other hand, the people on the Heavenly Palace's side were shocked. What? It's the Forbidden Sword Ancestor, Tang Feng? Did Tang Feng come in person? He hasn't appeared for many years. It's said that he's in the depths of the universe ruins. Why would he suddenly come here? Is it for Lu Ming? Oh no, let's go. On the Heavenly Palace's side, more than a dozen Origin Realm experts were trembling in fear. They had no intention to fight at all. There was only one thought in their mind, and that was to escape. They wanted to escape even before they saw Tang Feng's shadow, because they knew that they were no match for the Forbidden Sword Ancestor. The biggest possibility was that they would be killed by his sword. Don't worry, Tang Feng didn't come. It's just a sword. Yi Chu Zhengyang shouted, trying to calm the people down. However, everyone was still trembling in fear. Even if Tang Feng didn't come in person, his sword was still extremely terrifying. At this moment, the same thought appeared in their minds. That was, the second divine sword came with his master's sword. No wonder he dared to come alone, and was fearless. It turned out that he had brought a powerful weapon. Don't panic, this is not Tang Feng's sword. It only contains a wisp of Tang Feng's aura. It can't be strong. If we work together, we will definitely be able to break it. Yi Chu Zhengyang shouted. Everyone sensed it carefully and found the problem. This battle sword was indeed a very ordinary battle sword. It was made of ordinary materials, and was refined with ordinary methods. However, it contained a wisp of the Forbidden Sword Ancestor's aura. Long Fan and the others' hearts sank. It was just a wisp of Tang Feng's aura. Could it stop the people of the Heavenly Palace? A wisp of aura wants to stop us. Sky Destroyer Spear, destroy everything. Chapter 44-49. This time, Yalu Xingqiang went all out. He even burned his heavenly energy and poured it all into the Sky Annihilation Spear. This desperate method allowed the Sky Annihilation Spear to unleash even more power. Wang. The ancient Sky Annihilation Spear trembled slightly, as if a terrifying expert was awakening. Terrifying energy spread out from it, causing the space around the Sky Annihilation Spear to crumble and be annihilated. Who cares about the taboo sword ancestor? It's just a strand of aura. How dare it be so arrogant? Destroy it. Yalu Xingqiang roared and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh. The Sky Annihilation Spear turned into a beam of light and stabbed towards the second divine sword. It wanted to kill the taboo sword ancestor's aura along with the second divine sword. Clang. The sword, which contained the aura of the sword ancestor and looked like an ordinary Qingfeng sword, let out a sword cry again and slashed at the void. In the next moment, the taboo sword struck the Sky Annihilation Spear. Wang wang wang. The Sky Annihilation Spear trembled even more violently. The terrifying ripples turned the surrounding space into chaos. No one dared to stand still. The third demon sword, Long Fan, and the heavenly venerables of the heavenly human race all retreated far away. As for the heavenly human race and the divine lords of the other races, they retreated far away with their clansmen. This was no longer an ordinary battle between Origin Realm experts. It had escalated and was becoming more and more terrifying. It was not something a divine lord could interfere with. The Sky Annihilation Spear is losing. How could this be? The divine lords of the heavenly human race exclaimed in disbelief. Because at this moment, the Sky Annihilation Spear trembled violently and flew back towards Yalu Xingqiang. Yalu Xingqiang's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to take it head-on and dodged far away. Bang! Bang! The Sky Annihilation Spear flew across the vast space, passing through dozens of planets and causing them to explode one by one. Suddenly, the void split open and a withered hand reached out and grabbed the Sky Annihilation Spear. The Sky Annihilation Spear buzzed a few times before it was grasped by the hand. Then the void split open and a figure appeared. This was a skinny old man. His golden hair had already turned white. Needless to say, he was also a heavenly human race expert. Another old monster. Fei Huang whispered. She could recognize that he was an old man who had lived for a very long time. He was also at late reciprocity and was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was most skilled in heavenly devastation force. His name was Yechu Jingmia, and he was from the same generation as Yechu Zhengyang. The two of them had similar cultivation levels, but what they were good at was completely different. Yechu Zhengyang specialized in the power of heavenly punishment. On the other hand, Yechu Zhengmia specialized in heavenly annihilation power. Yichu Divine Spear, step back and let this old man do it. It's just a strand of Tang Feng's aura. Today, it will definitely be destroyed. As Yechu Zhengmia spoke, his entire body was enveloped by a gray power. This was the power of heavenly extermination. Yichu Divine Spear was also proficient in heavenly extermination power, but compared to Yichu Zhengyang, it was God knows how many times weaker. Boom. Under Yichu Zhengyang's control, the sky extermination energy erupted with a terrifying aura. Waves of terrifying energy gushed out of the sky extermination spear continuously. Kill! Yichu Zhengyang shouted loudly. His originally shriveled body swelled up, and he looked a lot younger. He took a step forward and instantly crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the starry sky, rushing towards the Qingfeng sword. He brandished the sky extermination power and swept it towards the Qingfeng sword. Clang! The two collided once again. This time, the collision was far more powerful than before. The Qingfeng sword trembled and floated backwards. Yichu Zhengmia's body also shook violently. He held the sky extermination spear in his hand and kept retreating. This attack seemed to be evenly matched. However, Yichu Zhengmia's face was incomparably solemn. This Qingfeng sword only contained a strand of Tang Feng's aura, but it was actually so powerful that it was far beyond his expectations. I don't believe it. Sky extermination spear, kill again. Yichu Zhengmia shouted. He fully controlled the sky extermination spear to attack the Qingfeng sword. The others also continued to attack Fei Huang, the third demon sword, and the others. Fei Huang and the others were once again in danger. Fei Huang, don't be delusional. It's just a strand of Tang Feng's aura. It can't save you. Yi Chuzhengyang sneered. While attacking Fei Huang, his attacks did not stop at all. In an instant, the two collided several times in a row, but there was no clear winner. At this moment, there was a flame burning on Fei Huang's body. She was burning her soul power. This was Fei Huang's soul incarnation. Burning her soul power had no effect on Fei Huang's body. She had no other choice. Previously, when she was saving the third demon sword, she was hit by Yi Chuzhengyang and lost a lot of soul power, causing her strength to weaken. If she did not burn her soul power, she would not be the opponent's opponent. This was the only way to stop the opponent. On the other side, the third demon sword had lost his battle strength and was protected in the middle by the others. At the same time, the second demon sword joined in. However, on the heavenly human tribe's side, Yi Luxingqiang also did not have much battle strength left. Previously, when he controlled the sky extermination spear, he had exchanged a few moves with the Qingfeng sword and suffered a lot of damage. At this moment, he could not exert much battle strength. Even so, the heaven extermination spear's side still had a large number of people. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Chuzhengyang was in a frenzy. He waved the sky extermination spear and launched a frenzied attack on the Qingfeng sword. In just a short while, he had attacked the Qingfeng sword hundreds of times. The two sides clashed hundreds of times. However, they were both equally matched. Damn it! Yi Chuzhengyang growled in his heart. He was even more shocked. Did this Qingfeng sword really only contain a wisp of Tang Feng's aura? How could a wisp of aura be so powerful? He even suspected that this battle sword was really Tang Feng's sword. Not only him, but Lu Ming and the others also had the same suspicion. If it was just a wisp of aura, then it was too terrifying. It's not a sword. It should be just a wisp of aura. It seems that he has become more powerful than before. Now it's hard to predict, Xian Yanqing whispered. Lu Ming completely believed Xian Yanqing's words. Xian Yanqing's previous life was Tang Qing, Tang Feng's biological daughter. In this world, not many people knew Tang Feng better than him. If she said that it was just a wisp of aura, then it should be true. Of course, this also made Lu Ming and the others even more shocked. Buzz. At this moment, the Qingfeng sword vibrated even more violently. At the same time, a light shadow appeared on the Qingfeng sword. This light shadow was a human figure. It was just that this figure was very blurry. It could barely be seen that it was a man. His figure was tall and straight, but his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Even his age could not be distinguished. However, when Xian Yanqing saw this figure, her delicate body trembled and she whispered, "It's him." Chapter 4450. Master. Ha ha ha. It's Master. The third demon sword laughed loudly. The third demon sword had regrown its body, but its aura was still very weak. Sword Ancestor, Long Fan and the other reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer were excited. On the other hand, those from the Heavenly Palace looked fearful. Even old monsters like Yechuzhengyang and Yechuzhengnia were the same. It was an instinctive reaction. It's just a strand of aura. Today I'll completely obliterate it. Yechuzhengnia roared as if he was cheering himself on. Then he controlled the Sky Destroyer spear with all his might and attacked the Azure Edge sword again. Beside the Azure Edge sword, the figure grabbed the sword and slashed out. The slash seemed very ordinary. When it slashed through the air, it was only a flash of light that was several dozen meters long. It landed on the Sky Destroyer spear. Clang! A shocking sound rang out. Then Yechuzhengnia's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was because he felt an extremely powerful force pass through the Sky Destroyer spear and blast toward him. Next, the Sky Destroyer spear collided with his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he retreated rapidly. Spurt. 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 As he retreated, blood spurted out of his body. Wounds appeared one after another. These wounds were all sword wounds. They had almost cut him into pieces. He was heavily injured and his aura was weak. How is this possible? The other experts of the Heavenly Palace were also shocked. They were in disbelief. Yechuzhengmie, who was at late reciprocity, had been heavily injured by a single slash. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. If the taboo sword ancestor had come in person, it would have made sense. However, this was only a strand of his aura. It could not even be considered a clone or a clone. This was just too unbelievable. It was just too shocking. Just what level of cultivation was the taboo sword ancestor at? Not only were the people of the Heavenly Palace dumbfounded, but Lu Ming and the others were also dumbfounded. Even Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just what level of cultivation is he at now? Xian Yanqing muttered to himself. Master, ha. Master is indeed invincible. After the third demon sword trembled, it burst into laughter. At this moment, the illusory figure holding the Qingfeng sword appeared again. With a flash, he appeared in front of Yechuzhengmie and slashed down with his sword. Not good. Yechuzhengmie was shocked and retreated frantically. At the same time, he activated the Sky Extermination Spear with all his might, hoping to block his opponent's attack. Clang! Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. This time, Yechuzhengmie was in an even worse state. He couldn't even hold onto the Sky Extermination Spear. The Sky Extermination Spear flew out while his body kept exploding. In the end, just like the third demon sword, only his head was left. He barely managed to keep his life. He used his remaining strength to protect his head and frantically retreated. Not good. Retreat. Retreat together and control the Sky Extermination Spear. Seeing this, Celestial Chef Zhengyang roared. Then he exchanged a palm with Fei Huang. Borrowing the power of that palm, he instantly retreated. His figure flashed again, and he appeared beside Yechuzhengmie's head. A wave of energy protected Yechuzhengmie's head as he brought it toward the Sky Extermination Spear. Kill! The illusory figure spoke for the first time. He took a step forward and charged toward Yechuzhengyang, and Yechuzhengmie faster than teleportation. A terrifying sword light slashed toward them. Ah! Heavenly Master, save me! Yechuzhengyang screamed in horror. Buzz! The Sky Extermination Spear vibrated on its own as if it had awakened. Then, a figure appeared beside the Sky Extermination Spear. This figure was much clearer than the one beside the Qingfeng sword. Her face could be seen clearly. It was a woman. Her long golden hair was tied up in a bun. Her figure was invincible, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was an extremely beautiful woman from the heavenly human tribe. She looked to be about 30 years old and had a mature charm. Even so, it was clear that this was not her real body. She stretched out a jade-like hand and gently grabbed the Sky Extermination Spear in her hand. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura rushed out of the Sky Extermination Spear. Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master of Illusion! Yechuzhengyang, Yechuzhengmie, and the others shouted in surprise when they saw this figure. What? It's the Heavenly Master of Illusion. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Heavenly Master was not a cultivation realm. It was just a title. It was a title for the Master of the Heavenly Palace. The Master of each Heavenly Palace was called a Heavenly Master. Now there were 5 Heavenly Palace, which meant that there were 5 Heavenly Masters. The woman in front of them was called the Heavenly Master of Illusion. It was obvious that she was the master of the Illusion Heavenly Palace. Even a Heavenly Master had moved out, although this was not her real body. The Heavenly Master of Illusion held the Sky Extermination Spear in her hand. In a flash, she appeared in front of Yechuzhengyang, and swept out with the Sky Extermination Spear. Clang! The Sky Extermination Spear and the Azure Edge Sword clashed, and then the two weapons were both pushed back. So, the Heavenly Master of Illusion left her mark on the Sky Extermination Spear long ago. Fei Huang's figure appeared not far from the Azure Edge Sword as her cold voice rang out. When the Heavenly Master descends, destroy the great enemy. Yechuzhengyang shouted. Destroy the great enemy. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace gathered behind Yechuzhengyang and shouted. Retreat. However, the Heavenly Master of Illusion only said one word. This stunned Yechuzhengyang, Yechuzhengmie, and the others. What did the Heavenly Master of Illusion say? She wanted to retreat? The Heavenly Master of Illusion had mobilized a wisp of her mark, which contained more power than a wisp of energy. Moreover, she controlled the Sky Extermination Spear. As for Tang Feng, he only had a wisp of energy and an ordinary azure-edged sword. The Heavenly Master of Illusion wanted to retreat? Retreat. The Heavenly Master of Illusion said the word retreat again, full of unquestionable meaning. This was an order. They could not refuse the order of a Heavenly Master. Retreat. Go. Yechu Zhengyang and the others roared, gathered together, and retreated. When they retreated to the side of the other heavenly humans, such as Yechu Qiuxian and the others, they used a powerful force to envelop these people and brought them away, breaking through the air and leaving this place in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Master of Illusion, holding the Sky Retribution Spear, stood there from beginning to end, clearly wanting to block the pursuit of the azure-edged sword, Fei Huang, and the others. Tang Feng's phantom did not move, allowing the people of the heavenly humans to leave. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. The experts of the other races did not dare to stay, and brought their own people to break through the air and leave. Ling Yue also left with the elders of the elf race. When she left, she looked at Fei Huang with a complicated expression. As for Dark Knight Rose, Di Jianyi, Yin Jiuling and the others, they had already left quietly when the two sides were fighting. Chapter 44-51. After all the people of the heavenly human tribe left, the figure of the heavenly Lord of Illusion dissipated, turning into a ray of light and entering the Sky Extermination Spear. Then the Sky Extermination Spear shattered the void with a swoosh and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, only Fei Huang and the others were left in this universe. Master, disciple greets Master. I haven't seen you for many years. I really missed you. The third demon sword flew to the front of Tang Feng's phantom and kowtowed. No need to be so polite. It's good that you can escape, but you have to work hard in the future. Back then, among the three of you, you and the Heavenly Sword were the most talented. But now, your second senior brother's cultivation is about to surpass yours. Tang Feng's phantom spoke. His voice was clear, like the voice of a young man. Haha, it's nothing to be surpassed by second senior brother, but I will definitely work hard. The third demon sword smiled cheekily. At this time, Tang Feng's phantom seemed to look at Fei Huang. To be precise, he was looking at Xian Yanqing in the lotus. Two bright rays of light burst out from his blurry face, even brighter than the sword light. Xian Yanqing's delicate body trembled, and her breathing was a little rapid. Obviously, she was a little excited. After all, this was her father in her previous life. Although her personality and thoughts were based on this life, she had awakened all the memories of her previous life. How could she not have feelings for this father of her previous life? How could she remain calm when the past was vivid in her mind? His gaze stopped on Xian Yanqing for a while, and then fell on Lu Ming. Good, very good. Tang Feng's phantom nodded and said a few words. It was unknown whether he said good for Xian Yanqing's return, or for recognizing Lu Ming. After a pause, his voice continued. All of you have to speed up your cultivation and improve your strength. Catch up with your strength as soon as possible. In the near future, we will have a great battle. It will be incomparably difficult. Remember. Speaking until here, Tang Feng's figure became more and more blurred until it disappeared. Clang. The Qingfeng sword let out a sword cry and returned to the second divine sword's back. There will be a great battle? Could it be that in the near future, we will have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he pondered Tang Feng's words. Go. At this moment, Fei Huang lightly shouted. Everyone turned into rays of light and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, they returned to the base of the universe ruins. 3 days later, in a quiet courtyard, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and the others were gathered together. They chatted as they drank and tasted delicacies. They talked about what they had learned, and what they had experienced during this period of time. Suddenly, the expression of Lu Ming, who was drinking, changed. His body glowed, and a ray of light rushed out from his body. It was a broken stone, a fragment of the life spirit vitality stone. All these years, The fragment of the natal spirit stone had been quietly kept by Lu Ming without any abnormalities. Now why had it suddenly flown out? This is the fragment of the natal spirit stone? Xian Yinqing exclaimed softly. He recognized the fragment of the natal spirit stone at a glance. Myriad God, Autumn Moon. And the others also looked at the fragment of the natal spirit stone. They had heard of the legend of the fragment of the natal spirit stone, but this was the first time they had seen the real thing. Buzz. At this moment, the fragment of the natal spirit stone vibrated violently and suddenly broke through the air, flying rapidly towards a place. Lu Ming's expression changed. He said, "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he rushed into the sky and chased after the fragment of the natal spirit stone. "This is not simple. I'll go take a look," Xian Yinqing said. After saying that, he also chased after him. "Sister Nianqing, wait for me." Autumn Moon followed closely behind. "Don't follow me. I'll go take a look," Myriad God said to the others. After saying that, he also rushed into the sky and chased after Lu Ming and the others. At the front, the fragment of the natal spirit stone was still flying. It was like a meteor that flew across the universe at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming used all his strength, but was unable to catch up. Furthermore, he constantly tried to control the fragment of the natal spirit stone, but failed. He tried to communicate with the stone spirit in the natal spirit stone, but the stone spirit did not respond at all. "What's going on?" Lu Ming frowned. He slowed down slightly, planning to ask Xian Yinqing and the others when they caught up. Xian Yinqing had the memories of his previous life and was knowledgeable. He might know something. Furthermore, the fragment of the natal spirit stone had recognized him as its master. As long as he was not too far away, he could still sense it. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that when he slowed down, the fragment of the natal spirit stone slowed down as well. This left Lu Ming even more surprised. Soon Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God caught up. Lu Ming voiced his doubts. Autumn Moon and Myriad God were dumbfounded. As for Xian Yinqing, he was frowning in thought. "Did the fragment of the natal spirit stone sense something and want to bring you over?" Xian Yinqing said. "Sense what? Could it be a treasure of another natal spirit hall, or the natal spirit heavenly court? But if that's the case, the stone spirit in the natal spirit stone should have reacted," Lu Ming said. With his understanding of the natal spirit stone, if it really sensed a treasure of another natal spirit hall, or the natal spirit heavenly court, it would have made a fuss. But now there was no reaction from the natal spirit stone. Something was clearly amiss. Did it sense some kind of summoning? Xian Yinqing exclaimed softly. "Some kind of summoning?" Lu Ming was also alarmed. "It's hard to say now. Let's follow and take a look. We'll know. The natal spirit heavenly court is of great importance. The master of the natal spirit heavenly court is the most ancient and powerful taboo. We can't miss it," Xian Yinqing said. There might be other taboo bodies before the master of the natal spirit heavenly court, but those that didn't achieve great success didn't leave their names in history, and were extinguished like meteors. There were only 4 most powerful taboo bodies in history: the master of the natal spirit heavenly court, the master of the primordial divine court, Tangfeng and Fei Huang, and the master of the natal spirit heavenly court was the most ancient of the 4 taboo bodies. This ancient existence had left behind too many legends. When the natal spirit heavenly court rose, it was also when the heavenly palace was at its peak. The 9 heavenly palaces dominated the universe. No faction dared to compete with the heavenly palace. But the natal spirit heavenly court dared to do so, and it caused great losses to the heavenly palace at its peak. It was obvious how powerful the master of the natal spirit heavenly court was. Legend had it that the natal spirit heavenly court had 4 treasures and 18 divine weapons. The Bingxian rod in Lu Ming's hand was one of the 18 divine weapons. It was powerful and mysterious. Not to mention the 4 treasures. The natal spirit stone fragment was one of the 4 treasures. Now that there was something wrong with the natal spirit stone fragment, they naturally had to find out. There might be a great opportunity. Chapter 4452. The life spirit origin stone fragment maintained the same speed as Lu Ming and the others as it continued to fly. When Lu Ming and the others sped up, the life spirit origin stone fragment sped up. When Lu Ming and the others slowed down, the life spirit origin stone fragment slowed down. The life spirit origin stone fragment seems to be flying towards the universe ruins. Lu Ming said. That's right. It has indeed been flying in the universe ruins. It seems that the life spirit origin stone fragment is heading to the universe ruins. Xian Yinqing said. Their expressions were grave, but they were not afraid. The universe ruins were very dangerous. Other than the outer regions, the other regions required the strength of an almighty to explore. However, Lu Ming and the others were no longer the same as before. Now the four of them were all 9th-level divine emperors, and their battle strength was extremely powerful. The weakest among them, Autumn Moon, had a battle strength of 11 stars. They could definitely fight an ordinary almighty. As for Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Wan Shen, their combat power was even stronger. Their battle strength was comparable to that of an almighty. They could easily explore the universe ruins. Moreover, looking at the trajectory of the life spirit origin stone fragment, it did not seem to be deep into the universe ruins. This flight lasted for 7 days. On this day, a foggy area appeared in front of them. In the quiet void, a foggy area appeared. It was vast and blocked one's vision. It was impossible to see what was in the foggy area. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. In the universe ruins, they should not venture into such unpredictable and strange places. It usually represented danger. However, the life spirit origin stone fragment flew straight in. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shen's expressions changed slightly. However, they did not hesitate and rushed in after the life spirit origin stone fragment. As soon as they rushed into the foggy area, their vision was severely obstructed. They could only see within 100 meters. This was very shocking. It should be known that at the level of Lu Ming and the others, their eyesight was too strong. It was not a problem for them to see from one end of a star field to the other, as long as there was nothing in the way. But now he could only see things 100 meters away. It was really shocking. His eyesight had been weakened many times. The four of them became even more cautious as they flew together. Because in such a place, once they were separated, it would be very troublesome and they would not be able to find each other. Fortunately, the natal spirit stone shard gave off a hazy light, like a guiding light. Even from a distance it could be seen. Otherwise, they would have lost track of the natal spirit stone fragments long ago. They followed the vitality stone shard and kept flying. It was hard to tell which direction they were going, and they had no idea how far they had flown. Soon, they had been flying in the foggy area for more than a day. Be careful, something is approaching, Lu Ming suddenly said. Because just now, he suddenly felt a sense of danger, and all the hair on his body stood on end. In fact, even without Lu Ming's reminder, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, and Myriad God had sensed it. They were all top-notch geniuses in the universe. Their spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and they weren't any worse than Lu Ming's. When Lu Ming sensed it, they sensed it too. The four of them leaned against each other and scanned the surroundings with their spiritual senses. However, in this foggy area, his spiritual sense was also greatly restricted. It was not much better than his eyesight, and could only extend to a distance of a few hundred meters. Creak, creak, creak. Within the fog, sharp sounds came from all directions. It was as if countless terrifying creatures were charging towards Lu Ming's group, surrounding them. There were more and more sharp sounds, and they were getting closer and closer. Then Lu Ming and the others saw streaks of red light shining out. Balls of red light, like lanterns, were incomparably scarlet. These balls of scarlet light were the eyes, the light emitted by the eyes. There were at least a few hundred pairs of eyes. Be careful! Suddenly Lu Ming shouted. This was because these scarlet lights were charging towards Lu Ming's group at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming's group of four unleashed their strength, forming layers of defenses around them. At the same time, they circulated their spiritual senses and eyesight to the maximum, observing their surroundings. The scarlet lights were approaching Lu Ming's group at an extremely fast speed. Closer, closer. Finally, Lu Ming's group saw the appearance of these creatures. They were a strange kind of creature. They were humanoid, but their appearance was ferocious, like a malicious spirit. Their bodies were not made of flesh and blood. They looked very illusory, and like the color of the fog, they looked like ghosts. Only their eyes were bloodshot and filled with terrifying murderous intent. For the time being, they would call these creatures the fog spirits. A few of the fog spirits rushed to the front and were already approaching Lu Ming's group. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They stretched out their sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming's group. Their speed was extremely fast and filled with cold intent. One of the claws grabbed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, and he slashed out, slashing at the opponent's claws. When his palm slashed out, the void exploded, and the fog rolled. The fog spirit also exploded with a bang. 9th layer Divine God Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming sensed that the fog spirit's strength was only at the 9th layer of the Divine God Realm. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although their cultivation was also at the 9th layer of the Divine God Realm, their battle strength was many times stronger than that. Although there were many of these fog spirits, if they were only at the 9th layer of the Divine God Realm, they were nothing in their eyes. On the other side, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shen had also defeated a fog spirit. However, more and more mist spirits were charging at them from all directions. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and the other three's eyes flashed with murderous intent as they attacked. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, hundreds of spear lights shot out. Xian Yinqing shouted and waved his hand. Hundreds of black lotuses appeared and flew out. The petals of the lotuses opened and turned into sharp blades. The lotuses spun rapidly, and each lotus turned into a great killing weapon. Autumn Moon activated the 9 orifices sacred heart. 9 divine lights filled the air, and turned into 9 scimitars that flew out. Each scimitar slashed down and a fog spirit was killed. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th layer of the Divine God Realm would be killed instantly when facing them. God power surged as the pantheon of gods unleashed a dozen or so essence secret magics, destroying large swaths of the misty specters. Hundreds of fog spirits seemed like a lot, but in a short while they were all killed. They turned into clouds of fog and disappeared without a trace. After killing all the fog spirits, they realized that the life spirit vitality stone fragment hadn't left. It was still in the distance, emitting a dim light. Lu Ming and the other 3 quickly flew towards the life spirit vitality stone fragment. When Lu Ming and the others moved, the life spirit vitality stone fragment also moved. It continued to fly at the same speed as Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 44-53. However, Lu Ming and the others became more cautious. They paid attention to their surroundings and took precautions. After all, this foggy area was in the ruins of the universe. No one knew what dangers there were. Although the previous foggy spirits were all at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm, no one knew if there would be Divine Master Foggy Spirits later on. If there were Divine Master Foggy Spirits and they launched a sudden attack, it would be a great threat to them. However, Lu Ming and the others worried too much. This was because they didn't run into any Divine Master Realm Mist Specters in the later part of their journey. In the next few days, they encountered a few more waves of foggy spirits, but they were all at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm. Lu Ming and the others defeated them easily. Just like that, they followed the life spirit stone fragment and flew in the foggy area for 5 days. After 5 days, they finally passed through the foggy area and came to a void. This was a void surrounded by fog. It could be the center of the foggy area. There was fog everywhere. However, this region was the only place where there was no fog. Then their eyes widened and they looked ahead. An ancient city. There was an ancient city floating in the void ahead. The ancient city emitted a hazy light, illuminating the void and making it look less dark. Could it be that this area was not shrouded by fog because of this ancient city? The 4 of them were shocked. However, they didn't have time to think too much because the life spirit stone fragment was flying toward the ancient city at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and the others quickly chased after it. Lu Ming didn't plan to use the greater teleportation technique to intercept the life spirit stone fragment, because he had used it before and it was useless. After using the greater teleportation technique, he always appeared behind the life spirit stone fragment. They were getting closer and closer to the ancient city. Gradually they could see the outline of the ancient city. It looked very ancient. The ancient city walls were covered with sword marks, as if it had been through a fierce battle. Also, it was huge and vast. The closer they got to the ancient city, the more they felt the vastness of the ancient city. They couldn't see it from afar, but it was amazing up close. The planets in the universe were considered huge. However, compared to this ancient city, the difference was too great. Lu Ming felt that this ancient city was even larger than the home planet of the dragons. An ancient city was actually larger than a mother planet. It was truly shocking. Whoosh! After the fragment arrived, it emitted a dazzling light and flew into a huge city gate. There were city gates all around the ancient city. The city gate in their direction should be closed, but it was damaged. There was a huge hole in it, as if it had been blasted open by a punch. It was through this hole that the natal spirit shard had flown in. Lu Ming and the other three looked at each other, then nodded and flew into the city through the hole in the city gate. So many buildings. Arriving at the city, Zhang Xian looked around and saw countless buildings. These buildings were all incomparably tall. Buildings over 1,000 zhang tall could be seen everywhere. Many of the buildings had collapsed. Within the city, it was deathly silent. There was not a single sound, nor was there a single living being. Apart from Lu Ming and the other three, there was nothing else. However, one could speculate that this ancient city must have been extremely prosperous in the past. Young master, the natal spirit shard has stopped, Qiu Yu said. When the natal spirit shard entered the city, it stopped flying and stopped there. No matter how close Lu Ming and the others were, the natal spirit shard did not move. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside the natal spirit shard. He reached out and grabbed the natal spirit shard in his hand. It was so easy that Lu Ming was surprised. It seems that the purpose of the natal spirit shard is to lure you here, Xian Yanqing said. Could this place be related to the heavenly court? Wan Shen guessed. It's very likely that the natal spirit shard is a treasure of the heavenly court. If it wasn't related to the heavenly court, the natal spirit shard wouldn't have flown here on its own, Lu Ming said. As Lu Ming spoke, there were changes to the life soul essence stone fragments in his hands. On the natal spirit shard, there was a layer of light, and then an old figure appeared. It was the natal spirit shard. Lu Ming was elated. There was finally a reaction from his life soul, the stone spirit. Lu Ming grabbed the rock spirit of the life soul essence stone. Let go of me. The natal spirit shard immediately screamed and struggled. Old man, you're finally out. I kept summoning you. Why didn't you respond at all? Lu Ming asked with an unfriendly look. He was very unhappy. I'm innocent. You can't blame me. I was sealed by a force and couldn't come out even if I wanted to. It was the natal spirit shard's own power that reacted. It wasn't until I came here that the power that sealed me disappeared. Look, I came out immediately. The natal spirit shard hurriedly explained. Then what is this place? Do you know? Lu Ming asked. Ha, of course I know. How could I not know where this place is? I didn't expect that after so many years, I would be able to return here. Ha. The natal spirit shard laughed crazily. Bam. Lu Ming's palm pressed down. Lu Ming's power was taboo. Even though the rock spirit was not made of flesh and blood, it was still sent spinning in the air by the slap. Don't go crazy here. Answer the question. Lu Ming said unhappily. You're pissing me off. The life soul, the stone spirit, glared at Lu Ming. When it saw Lu Ming raise his hand again, it was immediately discouraged and said, Don't do it. I'll talk. This is the heavenly court. This is the heavenly court? Lu Ming and company were shocked. That's right. This is the real heavenly court. It's not the life spirit palace, but the real heavenly court. Back then, the core of the heavenly court was here. The master of the heavenly court also lived here. The natal spirit shard said. This time, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shen were really shocked. This was the life spirit heavenly court. Lu Ming originally thought that this was one of the 9 life spirit palaces. He never expected that they would come directly to the heavenly court. Legend had it that after the heavenly court was destroyed by the heavenly palace, the real heavenly court disappeared. Over the years, countless people had searched for the heavenly court, but to no avail. They only knew that through the natal spirit shard, one could find the 9 life spirit palaces. Legend had it that the master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had been buried in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. There were 3 other treasures buried with the master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Chapter 4454. The Life Spirit was one of the 18 divine weapons of the Celestial Court. They were already considered top treasures in the universe. How precious and mysterious would the 3 treasures be? For countless years, countless people had been tempted by the Life Spirit Celestial Court's treasures. Countless people had searched for them, but unfortunately, there was no clue. In history, it was not that no one had obtained fragments of the Life Spirit Stone, but they had no clue about the Life Spirit Celestial Court. But this time, the fragments of the Life Spirit Stone would bring Lu Ming and the others to the real Life Spirit Celestial Court? What was going on? Could it be that something had happened in the Life Spirit Celestial Court? Or was the Life Spirit Celestial Court's treasures about to be born? The heartbeats of the 4 of them could not help but accelerate. Could it really be a great opportunity? Are you familiar with the Life Spirit Celestial Court? Lead the way. If you can find the Life Spirit Celestial Court's treasures, I promise you that I will find more fragments of the Life Spirit Celestial Court for you to fuse with, and try my best to restore you. Lu Ming said, making threats and promises. However, the Life Spirit Stone immediately cried and said, "You know that I'm just a fragment, and I know very little. I can only instinctively feel that this is the Life Spirit Celestial Court, but I don't have any more specific memories. I'm afraid I can't lead the way." Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming could only put away the fragments of the Life Spirit Stone and discuss with Xian Yanqing and the others. In the end, everyone decided to explore. Countless people had searched for the Life Spirit Celestial Court, but could not find it. And they had come here by chance, so how could they not explore? If they left just like that, they might have inner demons in their hearts. After some discussion, the 4 of them began to move. They were going to explore some of the nearby buildings to see if there were any treasures left inside. Although the Life Spirit Celestial Court had been destroyed a long time ago, many treasures would have decayed under the erosion of time. However, some of the top treasures could resist the erosion of time. Such treasures, once found, were priceless. Soon the 4 of them came to a huge building. The building seemed to be in good condition and hadn't been damaged. However, the 4 of them were still very cautious. They covered their bodies with energy and were ready to fight at any time. After all, this was the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Although it looked dead silent, no one could guarantee that there would be any terrifying danger. It was better to be careful. They extended their spiritual senses into the building and found no signs of life. Then the 4 figures flashed and rushed into the building. The building was huge, but there was nothing in it. There was no danger, and there were no treasures either. There was only some dust, which seemed to be the result of something corroding. He looked around but didn't see anything. The 4 of them left the building and entered other buildings to search. After checking 7 or 8 huge buildings, he still didn't find anything. Is it really a dead city? The myriad deities whispered. There was no danger, nor were there any living creatures. If this was not a ghost town, then what was it? Let's go to the depths of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court to take a look. This ancient city is too big. This is only the edge. If there are any treasures, they must be in the depths, Lu Ming said. The other 3 naturally did not have any objections. After that, the 4 of them stopped checking the buildings. Instead, they soared into the sky and flew into the depths. They found that they could fly in the city, but there was a pressure that suppressed them. They could only fly at a low altitude, and it was difficult for them to rush into the sky. Perhaps the Life Spirit Heavenly Court was shrouded by some kind of restriction. That was why the Life Spirit Primordial Stone fragment had entered through the city gate, and not directly from the ancient city's sky. Without any danger, the 4 of them relaxed a little and sped up a lot. They left a large number of buildings behind, and the distance of hundreds of millions of miles passed in a flash. Suddenly, "Be careful!" Lu Ming shouted. A force spread out and blocked Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, and Wan Shun. The 4 figures suddenly came to a stop. Swoosh! Below them, 4 streaks of sharp sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and the other 3. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a powerful force exploded. He blasted downward and collided with the four sword lights. Boom, 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 boom. The four sword lights collapsed. It's only the 9th level of the divine god realm. No, this is the power of heaven? Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. The power contained within those four sword lights was actually the power of the heavens. Could there be a heavenly human tribe here? Soon Lu Ming's guess was confirmed. Below them, a few figures dashed out from the destroyed building. There were 6 figures in total, and they rushed into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 3. They were 6 old men. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and their golden hair had lost its luster. However, Lu Ming and the other 3 could still tell that they were from the heavenly human tribe. The 6 heavenly human tribe members should be from the older generation. How could there be 6 old heavenly human tribe members here? Could they be from the heavenly human tribe that fought against the life spirit heavenly court? Impossible. The 4 of them quickly dismissed this idea. They could already tell that the 6 old men from the heavenly human tribe were only at the 9th level of the divine god realm. It was impossible for a 9th level divine god realm cultivator to live for such a long time. Although the 6 old men from the heavenly human tribe didn't look young, they hadn't reached the end of their lifespan. Could it be that they were also brought here by the fragments of the life spirit primordial stone? It was very likely. Because no one knew how many fragments of the life spirit primordial stone had been broken into. No one knew how many fragments of the life spirit primordial stone were in the universe. Since Lu Ming's fragment of the life spirit primordial stone was strange, and had brought them here, it was very likely that the fragments of the others' life spirit primordial stones were also strange. However, the 6 old men from the 9th level of the divine god realm were nothing to Lu Ming and the others. Even if they didn't look young and had stayed in the 9th level of the divine god realm for many years, no matter how strong they couldn't be compared to them. Kill them! Shouted one of the old men from the heavenly human tribe. He slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. The sword light was sharp and contained a terrifying power. It was the power of the heavenly punishment. However, his heavenly execution power was very weak. Compared to Yi Qianyue's heavenly execution power, it was many times weaker. The other 5 old men from the heavenly human tribe also attacked Lu Ming and the others. They all controlled the strongest heavenly punishment, but they were very weak. They couldn't be compared to the top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. "Leave these people to me," said Wanshen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom. He unleashed his divine power. The muscles on his arms bulged as he threw 6 punches. The 6 punches were powerful enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. They destroyed the attacks of the 6 old men from the heavenly human tribe and landed on them. Chapter 44:55. Wanshen blasted out 6 fist forces, destroying the attacks of the 6 celestial elders. Not only that, the fist forces did not stop and continued to bombard the 6 celestial elders. Bang, 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 bang. 5 of the heavenly human elders' bodies exploded like balloons. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died on the spot. Only one heavenly human elder survived, but there was a big hole in his chest. He was severely injured. How can you be so strong?" The heavenly human elder said as he spat out blood. He was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The heavenly human tribe was talented. It was much easier for them to fight above their level than other tribes. The 6 of them weren't young. They had cultivated for dozens of stellar years. They had been stuck at the 9th level of the great supreme god realm for a long time. After cultivating for such a long time, their sky power was pure, and their secret techniques were profound. They even controlled a trace of the ultimate sky power. Combined, their battle power was extremely strong. The other 5 elders all had 6-star battle power. And he was even stronger. He had 7-star battle power. 6-star battle power and 7-star battle power were top-tier existences in the great supreme god realm. Not many people could defeat them. 6-star and 7-star battle power were nothing in the Battle of the Origins. That was because the Battle of the Origins gathered a group of the strongest geniuses in the universe. There were too many geniuses. Those at the bottom of the universe prodigy list only had 6-star battle power. The reason why they could possess such powerful combat prowess was because of the natural talent of the celestial race and the accumulation of many years of cultivation. The time they had cultivated was far from what a young man could compare to. However, even with such combat strength and the 6 of them joining forces, Wan Xin had killed 5 of them with a single strike. Furthermore, Wan Xin himself had been severely injured. If he wasn't stronger than the other 5 and good at survival, he would have been killed. The one who attacked was a young man. He could see that Wan Xin was definitely young. He was definitely part of the younger generation. How could someone from the younger generation be so strong? Even if his battle power was so strong, his cultivation was too strong. He had reached the 9th level of the Great Supreme God realm at such a young age. As far as he knew, even the strongest young genius of the heavenly human tribe was only at the 6th level of the Great Supreme God realm. How could there be a 9th level Great Supreme God realm existence among the younger generation? He couldn't figure it out. Get rid of it. There was only one thought in the heavenly human tribe elder's mind. Then he roared. How dare you kill my heavenly human tribe? You're courting death. After roaring, the heavenly human elder dragged his injured body and retreated rapidly. You can't escape. Kill. The myriad god shouted coldly as he punched out again. He unleashed his divine power, and a massive fist energy formed into a gigantic fist that blasted toward his opponent. Someone will avenge me. The celestial race elder roared loudly. His body erupted with dazzling radiance as he prepared to go all out. However, his strength was far inferior to myriad gods. There was no way he could withstand it. His attack crumbled under myriad gods' fist force, unable to form any resistance. The heavenly human elder was about to die under the 10,000 gods' fist. How dare you? Stop! Suddenly, a loud cry rang out from the distance, shaking the void. A powerful aura exploded out from that direction. Following that, a long spear rapidly enlarged and stabbed towards Wan Xin in an attempt to stop him. Divine Master Realm. Upon sensing this aura, Lu Ming and the others were startled. This aura came from a Divine Master Realm expert. The one who had attacked was a Divine Master. However, what made Lu Ming and the others certain was that this Divine Master wasn't too strong. He should only be a first-layer Divine Master. First-layer Divine Master? Don't even think about stopping me. Wan Xin roared as a battle sword appeared above his head. This was an origin source secret technique. Whoosh. The battle sword enlarged and slashed at the long spear. His fist energy didn't stop as it continued to blast at the heavenly human elder. This time, the heavenly human elder couldn't withstand it any longer. He exploded from the punch, his body and soul destroyed. Clang. On the other side, the battle sword and long spear collided, erupting with a violent explosion. Powerful energy swept out in all directions, causing many tall buildings to crumble into rubble. This was the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Originally, the buildings here were sturdy and indestructible. Ordinary divine masters would find it difficult to destroy them. However, too much time had passed, and many things had decayed. Although the buildings here hadn't completely decayed, they were no longer sturdy and could be easily destroyed. The battle sword formed by the 10,000 deities was knocked back. It trembled violently and was covered in cracks. As for that long spear, it was also blocked and retracted. However, in the next moment, a beam of rainbow light flew over. The rainbow light faded, revealing a figure. It was also an elder who looked to be around 60 years old. Without a doubt, he was also a heavenly human. This heavenly human elder had a powerful aura. He was a first-layer divine master, but at this moment his eyes were fixed on Wan Xin, revealing an incomparable shock. So young, but a 9th-layer divine master. You can even block one of my attacks, the divine master elder muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. These heavenly humans don't seem to recognize us? Lu Ming and the rest glanced at one another, revealing a trace of doubt. Based on their performance in the Battle of Origins, most people in the heavenly human tribe probably recognized them. This was because during the Battle of Origins, many people had transmitted images of the battle to the illusory space through the illusory divine jade. Countless people in the universe had witnessed the battle. However, these heavenly human elders they had just met didn't seem to recognize them at all. Moreover, They seemed to find it hard to believe that Wan Shen had reached the 9th layer Divine Master realm. However, in the Taishang Immortal City, many of the younger generation's geniuses had reached the 9th layer Divine Master realm. Could it be that these people in front of them didn't know about the Taishang Immortal City? Could it be that these people had already entered here? So what if I blocked one of your attacks? Killing you isn't difficult at all. Wan Shen thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. With a loud shout, he charged toward the heavenly human, intending to capture him and interrogate him properly. The bodies of the 10,000 deities emitted brilliant glows as they executed various origin secret arts. In the end, dozens of origin secret techniques filled the void and attacked the heavenly human. The ferocious attack caused the Divine Master Heavenly Human Tribe Elder's expression to change drastically. The aura of a primordial divine spirit. You're a pure-blooded primordial divine spirit. Impossible. The Divine Master Heavenly Human roared in horror. Nothing is impossible. Kill. Wan Shen's body mixed in with dozens of origin secret techniques and charged toward the heavenly human. A storm of attacks swept toward the heavenly human. At the critical moment, the heavenly human reacted. His long spear shook, turning into a sky full of spear light that pierced toward Wan Shen. Chapter 44-56. The spear light clashed with Wan Shen's many secret techniques, blocking several dozen of them. However, Wan Shen himself had managed to sneak in with the secret techniques. He wielded a giant battle sword and swept it toward the heavenly human tribe's Divine Master realm existences. The battle sword was a kind of origin secret art. When it was wielded by the 10,000 deities, it could unleash its full power. The sharp sword chi caused the heavenly human race Divine Lord's expression to turn grave. Buzz. He shook his spear, which was covered in a layer of strange energy and filled with a fiendish aura. This was one of the 4 strongest heavenly powers, the innate baleful energy. Those who could break through to the Divine Lord realm were all geniuses with decent talent. Thus, it was normal for a heavenly human race Divine Lord to be able to control one of the strongest heavenly powers. Clang! The spear and the sword clashed with a loud clang. Both of them trembled and retreated several dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. This old fellow is so strong. Wan Shen licked his lips, and the savage killing intent in his eyes grew even thicker. The heavenly human race is indeed stronger than the other races, regardless of cultivation level. Lu Ming also spoke from nearby. Logically speaking, a 9th level God Emperor with 9 stars of combat strength should be able to fight against an ordinary 1st level God Lord. However, ordinary 1st level God Lords were very rare. This was because anyone who could break through to the God Lord realm was extremely talented. When they were at the God Emperor realm, they were already powerful geniuses with star level combat strength. This heavenly human race Divine Lord was even stronger. He controlled the innate baleful energy, and his combat strength far surpassed an ordinary 1st level God Lord. Wan Shen had 12 stars of combat strength, but he was only able to fight to a draw. Thus, Wan Shen was very shocked. However, his opponent was even more shocked. What sort of combat strength is this? 12 stars of battle prowess. He actually possesses 12 stars of battle prowess. How is this possible? The heavenly human race Divine Lord's heart was in turmoil, and he found it difficult to calm down. As far as he knew, only 2 people in the younger generation of the heavenly human race possessed 12 stars of combat strength. They were Yi Chu Tianji and Yi Ling Hongya. The 2 of them were known as the strongest son and daughter of heaven. Now a pure-blooded primitive god spirit actually possessed such combat strength. This was truly shocking. I must kill this guy. At this thought, the heavenly human tribe's Divine Lord revealed a strong murderous intent. He brandished his spear and charged at Wan Shen. Thousands of spear lights pierced through the void and shot toward the 10,000 gods. Kill! Wan Shen roared as he took a step forward. Like a primordial beast, he lunged forward with his sword, aiming for a vital point. At the same time, the other origin source secret techniques also attacked the heavenly human tribe Divine Master. Boom! 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 The 2 of them were like 2 shooting stars as they collided with each other. They were constantly fighting and exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged over 100 rounds, but there was still no clear victor. Wan Shun in this quickly. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the myriad god. The myriad god's gaze flickered as a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. I wanted to play with you a little longer, but now, I'll send you on your way. As soon as he said that, a metal rod appeared in the myriad god's hand. This iron rod was pitch black, completely different from Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a weapon of mass destruction controlled by the myriad gods, a top-grade divine weapon. Buzz. The pitch-black iron rod buzzed as it emitted a powerful aura. It rapidly expanded and pressed down on the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord. The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously as he brandished his spear with all his might to block. However, when the two weapons collided, the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body shook violently as he retreated. The spear in his hand buzzed incessantly as its light dimmed significantly. It seemed to have been heavily injured. This is an source-grade divine weapon. The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord roared. His eyes were filled with shock and greed. An source-grade divine weapon was a divine weapon exclusive to Origin Realm experts. Only Origin Realm experts could use it to its full potential. Those below Origin Realm would find it difficult to use it to its full potential, but it was still no small matter. It could greatly increase one's strength. However, there were just too few source-grade divine weapons. In the primitive universe, source-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. This was because it was just too difficult to refine. It required materials that contained origin, which were extremely rare. Furthermore, there were just too few people who could refine source-grade divine weapons. As a result, source-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. There were even quite a few Origin Realm experts who did not possess a source-grade divine weapon. From this, one could see just how rare source-grade divine weapons were. There were quite a few young geniuses who possessed great weapons of mass destruction. However, these weapons differed in strength. Most of them were master-grade divine weapons. There were very few people who possessed source-grade divine weapons. The value of a single source-grade divine weapon was immeasurable. The pitch-black iron rod in Wan Shun's hand was an source-grade divine weapon. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord was so shocked and greedy. With his source-grade divine weapon, Wan Shun's battle prowess had greatly increased. He could completely suppress his opponent. Kill. Wan Shun roared as he continued to swing his rod at the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord. The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord's expression changed before he suddenly retreated. He did not dare to continue the battle. However, Wan Shun was relentless in his pursuit. His rod shadows filled the air as dozens of thousands of feet-long rod shadows pressed down on the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord. He had no choice but to take them head-on. With a furious roar, he pushed his strength to the limit and stabbed his spear upward. A spear light burst out, piercing through the sky. He hoped to block the incoming rod shadows. However, when the rod shadows pressed down, the spear light shattered. The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He was injured after taking the attack head-on. No, this brat has used an source-grade divine weapon. I'm no longer his opponent. If I continue fighting, it'll be disadvantageous for me. I'll leave first and call for reinforcements to kill them. However, this brat is chasing me relentlessly. It'll be difficult to shake him off. I need to find a hostage to threaten him before I can leave. Who should I find? The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord quickly glanced at Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Qiuyu. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Qiuyu. In his opinion, a woman would be more useful as a hostage. Moreover, Qiuyu would look more delicate. Therefore, he dashed toward Qiuyu without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Qiuyu were separated. They were afraid that the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord would escape, so the three of them had split up and surrounded him. Seeing the Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine Lord dashing toward Qiuyu, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing did not react at all. They had no intention of helping him. Lu Ming knew Qiuyu's strength very well. Although her combat strength of 11 stars was not as strong as Wan Shun's, Qiuyu still had a powerful weapon. Although it was not an source-grade divine weapon, it was still a top-grade divine weapon. If Qiuyu used all her strength, It would not be a problem for her to block the heavenly human tribe's divine lord. As expected, Qiuyu shouted and a machete flew out from between her eyebrows. Under the power of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, the machete slashed toward the divine lord. Chapter 44:57. Autumn Moon's scimitar was covered by the power of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, and was extremely powerful. It hit the spear of the heavenly human tribe divine master. With a clang, the heavenly human tribe divine master's body was blocked, and he even took a few steps back. Although Autumn Moon also took a few steps back, the heavenly human tribe divine master's heart was pounding. How is this possible? How can this woman be so powerful? The power of 9 colors. Is this the legendary sacred heart of 9 orifices? The heavenly human tribe divine master was extremely shocked. He did not expect another person to be so powerful. Although Autumn Moon's strength was not comparable to Wan Shun's, she was definitely powerful and had a combat strength of 11 stars. This combat strength was already at the level of the heavenly children. First, it was Wan Shun who was comparable to the strongest heavenly children. Now, it was a seemingly weak woman who was at the same level as the heavenly children. More importantly, her cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the divine god realm. This seriously exceeded the knowledge of the heavenly human tribe divine master. Since when were there 2 such terrifying geniuses in the universe? Autumn Moon did not think as much as the heavenly human tribe divine master. After she took a step back, she continued to control her scimitar and slashed at the heavenly human tribe divine master. The heavenly human tribe divine master reacted and blocked her attack. The 2 of them exchanged blows again, and the outcome was a draw. Meanwhile, Wan Shun had already rushed over and was about to reach them. No, this woman is too powerful. It's impossible to take her as a hostage. I chose the wrong target. I should have gone for the other one. Thinking of this, the heavenly human tribe divine master did not continue fighting. He quickly retreated and rushed toward Xian Yanqing. Wan Shun was speechless. Seeing the heavenly human tribe divine master rushing toward Xian Yanqing, Wan Shun was not in a hurry and slowed down. Wan Shun was willing to give up Autumn Moon to go for Xian Yanqing. Wan Shun really wanted to see his expression. Soon Wan Shun's wish was fulfilled. Xian Yanqing's face was cold. He did not want to waste time talking to Wan Shun, so he summoned his ultimate weapon. Xian Yanqing's ultimate weapon was a black lotus. The black lotus spun rapidly and its petals opened, turning into the most terrifying weapon and attacking the heavenly human tribe divine master. Clang clang clang. The black lotus collided with the long spear of the celestial race's divine master. The black lotus spun crazily and cut the long spear. The terrifying power made the celestial race's divine master lose his grip on the long spear. He retreated rapidly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was injured again. No, this is impossible. How is this possible? The heavenly humans were the most hurt. He felt that his heart was about to explode from the shock. This was because he realized that Xian Yanqing's strength was in no way weaker than myriad gods. A 9th-layer great god realm cultivator with 12 stars of battle power controlled a terrifying killing weapon. It was the best configuration. What's going on? What's going on? Has the world gone mad? The fact that several such terrifying geniuses had appeared consecutively had completely exceeded the limits of his imagination. He had stayed here for thousands of years. What had happened outside? If there was only one such terrifying heaven's favorite, he could still accept it. But now it happened again and again. There were already 3 of them. He was dumbfounded. I don't believe it. I don't believe that all 4 of them are so powerful. I don't believe it. The celestial race's divine master roared in his heart. He immediately abandoned Xian Yanqing and charged toward Lu Ming. Die brat! The celestial race's divine master roared and unleashed his killing move. Terrifying energy surged toward Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. It seemed that he would only feel better if he killed Lu Ming. Only then would he feel that the world was not as crazy as it seemed. Only then would he feel that his previous understanding of the world was correct. Myriad God, Xian Yanqing, and Qiuyu were speechless. Seeing the celestial race's divine master charging toward Lu Ming, they were speechless. They were even less anxious. They simply followed behind the celestial race's divine master and blocked his path of retreat. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's finish this in one move. A snow-white staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Bingxian staff. The Bingxian staff could not be used in the Taishang Immortal City, but there were no such restrictions here. The Bingxian staff had been dormant for 1,000 years. It was time for it to shine. Buzz. Lu Ming activated his full strength. Rich and majestic forbidden energy surged wildly into the Bingxian staff. The Bingxian staff rapidly enlarged into a towering pillar. Then it smashed toward the celestial race's divine master. Boom. Then the celestial race's divine master's body crashed into the ground like a meteorite. He crashed into a dilapidated building, creating a huge crater in the extremely hard ground. The celestial race's divine master lay in the crater. His bones were all shattered. He could not move at all. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his body kept convulsing. However, his eyes were blank. He was doubting life. His mind was also a mess. A few questions kept echoing in his mind. How is this possible? How can his combat strength be so strong? 13 stars? Impossible. This is crazy. This world has gone crazy. I must be dreaming. He could not accept the reality in front of him. Divine Lord Realm existences had extremely sharp senses, and their perception of power was also extremely shocking. In the collision just now, although Lu Ming had used the Bingxian staff, he could still feel that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed 12 stars and reached the legendary 13 stars. He was almost scared to death. What did 13 stars mean? He had learned about it before. Throughout the long history of the primitive universe, there were very few who could reach 13 stars. One could count them with one's fingers. In the history of the celestial race, there were only 2 celestial thearchs who had reached 13 stars of combat strength. Those 2 were people who had mastered the perfect power of heaven. As far as he knew, the current generation of the celestial race could be said to be full of talents. There were even 2 celestial race cultivators with 12 stars of combat strength. However, none of them had reached 13 stars. Now, a young man who had reached 13 stars of combat strength had suddenly appeared. He was completely dumbfounded. Haha, this expression is awesome. The myriad deities flew over and laughed loudly. This guy wanted to take the others as hostages, but in the end he was beaten to the point of doubting life. Seeing a divine master like this, Wanxin felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Let's leave this place first. The commotion just now was too big. There might be other celestial race cultivators nearby. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming nodded. He grabbed the Heavenly Human Clan's God Master in his hand. This Heavenly Human Divine Master had been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack and couldn't fight back. The Bingxian staff is stronger than I thought. Without a doubt, it's an source-level divine weapon, and not an ordinary one. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then, the Heavenly Court was so powerful that it could compete with the Heavenly Palace. As the Heavenly Court's 18 divine weapons, there was no doubt that they were all source-level divine weapons, and not ordinary ones. They were even more advanced than Wanxin's black staff. Together with Lu Ming's 13 stars of combat strength, it was normal for him to severely injure the Heavenly Human Divine Master with one attack. Chapter 4458. Grabbing the Celestial Race God Lord, the 4 of them left in a flash. Not long after, they appeared in an undamaged building in the distance. Speak. Why did the celestial race appear here? When did you arrive? How many people did you bring? Lu Ming coldly asked as he threw the celestial race God Lord to the ground. By now, the celestial race God Lord had come back to his senses. He glared at Lu Ming's group of 4 with hatred and murderous intent. I know that one of you is in control of the Life Soul Source Stone fragment, but don't even think about getting any information out of me. Is that so? Aren't you afraid of death? Lu Ming coldly said. Will you let me go if I tell you? Haha. The celestial race God Lord countered with a mocking tone. Clearly, he was very rational and knew that even if he told them everything, only death awaited him. Thus, he would not say anything. Today, you have to speak even if you don't want to. Wanxin coldly barked as he sent a stream of energy into the God Lord's body. Immediately, the celestial race God Lord's body began to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his face. He was clearly enduring immense pain. But he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He did not even grunt. You're quite stubborn. Now, I'll let you have a taste of withered bones devouring your soul. Let's see how long you can endure. Wanshan coldly snorted as he waved his hands and sent several streams of energy into the God Lord's body. The God Lord's body began to tremble even more. More and more cold sweat broke out on his body, and his face turned red from the pain. However, he still managed to hold himself back. You'd better speak soon. I can give you a quick death, Wanshan said. Don't expect me to say a single word. Someone will avenge me. Just you wait. The celestial race God Lord roared. Wanshan's expression turned somewhat ugly. This person's bones are truly stubborn. It seems like it won't be easy to get some information out of this person. Kill him, Lu Ming said. As you wish. Wanshan stepped forward. A violent energy exploded and destroyed the God Lord's body. However, his forehead began to shine. One could see an extremely deep black hole. A golden divine bridge extending into the depths of the black hole. This was the universe bridge. Normally, Almighty Masters would form a universe bridge that led to the depths of the black hole. Their ultimate goal was to connect to universe ocean. Once he reached the pinnacle of the Almighty stage, his universe bridge would connect to universe ocean, and he would be able to comprehend the origin. That was why it was impossible to comprehend origins without reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm. After the battle for the seed of origin in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, they were able to enter the cosmic ocean directly. Their methods could be said to be extremely powerful. The universe bridge kept trembling as though it was struggling to break through space. You still want to struggle? Break! The myriad god bellowed coldly. His strength erupted as he stomped down. With a loud boom, the black hole along with the universe bridge completely exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. This divine master of the heavenly human tribe had been completely annihilated. It seems like there are quite a number of people from the heavenly human tribe who have entered this place. From now on, we have to be more cautious, Lu Ming said. Next, they left this place and continued to head deeper into the ancient city. However, they were much more cautious. They did not fly in the air, but ran quickly on the ground. Even so, they were still attacked very quickly. A group of heavenly human tribe members blocked Lu Ming's path. There were more than a dozen of them, and they all looked very old. 1 Divine Master and 12 9th-level Great God Realm cultivators. We can deal with them. Let's go, Lu Ming said. The Divine Master on the other side was only a 1st-level Divine Master. There was nothing to be afraid of. Set up the formation, shouted the heavenly human cultivator of the 1st godly leader layer. The other 12 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer moved and surrounded him. A terrifying chi dashed to the skies. Then, a huge battle sword was formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Be careful, it's the 9 heavens battle formation. Lu Ming rushed forward and took out the Bingxian rod. He swung it out and clashed with the huge battle sword. Boom! The battle sword shattered. The 13 people on the other side kept retreating. Their faces were pale, but they were not injured. The 9 heavens battle formation is indeed powerful. However, these people's strength is also extraordinary. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 12 9th-level Great God Realm cultivators from the heavenly human tribe had at least 6-star fighting strength. Some of them even had 7-star fighting strength. There was also a powerful divine master. After setting up the 9 heavens battle formation, they managed to block Lu Ming's attack. However, the heavenly human tribe members were even more shocked. When they looked at Lu Ming, they were deeply shocked. The 9 heavens battle formation, which had a 1st-level divine master as its core and 12 powerful Great God Realm cultivators as its support, was actually at a disadvantage. However, before they could think about it, Wanshan and the others had also arrived. Wanshan, Xianyanqing, and Qiuyu attacked together. The attacks fell like a storm. The 13 heavenly human tribe members were shaken and kept retreating. The 12 9th-level Great God Realm cultivators were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Even with the support of the 9 heavens battle formation, they were still under great pressure. Where did these people come from? The 13 heavenly human tribe members were terrified. The strength of these 4 young people was beyond their imagination. Lu Ming and the other 3 were about to break the other party's 9 heavens battle formation in one go. However, there was a loud shout not far away. "A few thieves, how dare you? Die!" A loud shout rang out, and an overwhelming aura surged over. "This is a second-level divine master." Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others turned grim. They might be able to fight against a first-level divine master with their powerful weapons, but they could even suppress him. Lu Ming, in particular, could even kill his opponent. However, a second-level divine master was much stronger than a first-level divine master. Even Lu Ming might not be able to defeat a second-level divine master. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted. The 4 stopped attacking. They turned around and fled into the distance. A second-level divine master heavenly human was not someone they could fight against. If it was just an ordinary second-level divine master, the 4 of them might be able to fight him if they worked together. However, the members of the heavenly human tribe were generally stronger than those of other tribes. This was not the point. The point was that they did not know how many heavenly human tribe members were in this ancient city, and how many experts there were. However, it seemed that there were quite a few of them. Once they were surrounded, they would be in great danger. "Where do you think you're going?" An old man appeared not far away. He was a second-level divine master, and he chased after Lu Ming's group with astonishing speed. "Let's chase together." The 13 heavenly human tribe members also chased after Lu Ming's group. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming's group of 4 had unsightly expressions. This was because that second-level divine master was very fast, much faster than them. The distance between the 2 sides was constantly closing. Chapter 44:59. As expected, it didn't take long for the 2 sides to close in on each other. Heavenly Annihilation Palm, die for this old man. The second-level divine master Celestial roared. His heavenly power erupted as he thrust his palm forward. A massive palm shot toward Lu Ming's group of 4. This palm was formed from heavenly annihilation power, and was imbued with destructive power. The massive palm enveloped Lu Ming's group of 4. Before the palm even reached them, their faces paled. "Attack together." "Block it." The 4 of them roared as they attacked with all their might. Wan Shun swung his pitch-black metal staff, and Lu Ming used his ice mystic staff to meet the attack head-on. Xianyanqing and Autumn Moon also used their trump cards, following behind Lu Ming and Wan Shun's attacks to find an opening. But when the palm pressed down, Lu Ming's group of 4 shuddered and retreated, smashing through 5 or 6 tall buildings. Lu Ming felt his aura boil, but he quickly suppressed it and returned to normal. Xianyanqing and Wan Shun were slightly pale. Their hands and bodies were trembling slightly. Autumn Moon's condition was the worst. Her slender body trembled as she vomited blood. Autumn Moon, how are you?" Lu Ming asked worriedly. "Young master, don't worry. I'm fine." Autumn Moon smiled. As she spoke, the 9 orifices sacred heart in Autumn Moon's chest throbbed. 9-colored power seeped into her body, giving her an exuberant life force. Autumn Moon's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. "You can block this old man's palm. Let's do it again." The second-level divine master Celestial Race Elder was extremely shocked, but he suppressed his shock and attacked again. His yellow hair danced in the wind as his heavenly power boiled. He pushed his strength to the limit and fired off several palms. A few grayish palm prints that were as huge as mountains blasted toward Lu Ming and the group of 4. The 4 of them could only fight back with all their might. Boom! Boom! Palm imprints pressed down one after another, and Lu Ming's group was once again sent flying. This time even Lu Ming was slightly injured. His face was somewhat pale. As for Myriad God and Xianyanqing, their injuries were even worse. The one in the most critical condition was Autumn Moon. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura was somewhat sluggish. Clearly, he was severely injured. "Autumn Moon, don't attack anymore. Stay behind me," Lu Ming shouted. "Young master." Autumn Moon was a little stubborn. She still wanted to attack, but under Lu Ming's stern gaze, she gave in and stood behind Lu Ming. "It doesn't matter who you are hiding behind. All of you are going to die anyway. Die for this old man." The second-level divine lord of the celestial race roared as he continued to attack. Large gray palms continued to bombard Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming, I'll stop him. You wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Xian Yanqing's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ear. As she spoke, she took a step forward and unleashed her heavenly demon domain. At the same time, lotus flowers appeared. These lotus flowers wove together to form a shield. Lu Ming saw a mysterious and strange energy in these lotus flowers. The energy of origin. Yes, Xian Yanqing could also use the energy of origin. After the battle for the origin seeds ended, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Myriad God, and Autumn Moon had verified what they had learned. As the champion, Lu Ming was in the best position. His connection to the cosmic sea was the best, so the origin seed he had condensed was naturally the best. The origin seed was the size of a longdan. Lu Ming could use the origin energy within it to attack or defend, but he could only use it once. Second to Lu Ming was Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's origin seed was about the size of a broad bean. However, Xian Yanqing could also use the origin energy within it to attack or defend, but she could only use it once. Of course, the amount of origin energy she could use was less than Lu Ming's, so it was naturally weaker. Xian Yanqing had been in the second position. As for Myriad God and Autumn Moon, they were in the third position. Their origin seeds were even smaller, only the size of a green bean. Moreover, because they were too small, they could not use them at all. They could only use them to cultivate. Now Xian Yanqing was relying on his origin energy to block his opponent's attack. I'm coming too. Myriad God roared. Although he could not use his origin energy, he pushed 10 some defensive origin secret techniques to their limits, covering the area in front of him. Boom. Boom. The heavenly annihilation palm smashed down, causing a violent explosion. Plush. Myriad God was the first to succumb. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his body was sent flying, smashing through 10 some buildings before finally coming to a stop after crashing into a massive stone steel. His arms had been shattered, and his body was in tatters. He was severely injured. Xian Yanqing was not faring much better. The lotus flower shield she had formed began to shatter. Her body was also sent flying, coughing up blood. She could not use much origin energy, but origin energy was still origin energy. Even though Myriad God and Xian Yanqing were heavily injured, they were still able to block the attack. The annihilating palm imprints that the opponent had sent out crumbled. Ish. At this moment, a resplendent spear light pierced through the void toward the second-level divine lord of the celestial race with astonishing speed. Lu Ming had made his move. His timing was impeccable. The moment the annihilating palm imprints crumbled, he used the heaven-cleaving style. At the same time, he used origin energy. Yes, this move was shockingly powerful. At this critical moment, the second-level divine lord of the celestial race could not use any powerful defensive skills. He could only use his palms to block. His palms collided with the spear aura. With a loud boom, a powerful force swept out. Plush! The spear light pierced through the celestial race second-level divine lord's palms. The spear light did not stop and continued to stab into his body. Ah! The celestial race second-level divine lord screamed as he retreated, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His chest had been pierced through, leaving a hole that went straight through the front and back of his body. The power of the origin continued to rush left and right in his wounds, causing destruction. However, this person had used heaven's power to block it. The divine power of a second-level divine lord is truly powerful. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed. In the end, there was still a gap between his strength and that of a second-level divine lord. He had used his strongest attack to launch a sneak attack, but he had still failed to kill his opponent. Let's go. Since he did not manage to kill the other party with one strike, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He turned around and left. Taboo power gushed out, sweeping up Qiu Yu, Xian Yanqing, and Wan Shen as they flew into the distance. Little brat, don't think of leaving. The celestial race second-level divine lord roared. He was about to give chase, but his body trembled and he vomited blood, his face ghastly pale. That move just now had contained origin energy, and was shockingly powerful. It had already dealt him a heavy blow. Chapter 4460. Source energy. This is the source energy. How can a god emperor control the source energy? The second-level god lord of the celestial race roared in his mind, disbelief written all over his face. He could sense origin energy in Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's energies. As a god lord, he had interacted with heavenly venerables many times, so he naturally understood origin energy. There was a great difference between origin energy and the ancient origin characters, so he could easily distinguish them. Shock, confusion, envy. His heart was instantly filled with a myriad of emotions. At that moment, the cultivator of the first divine master layer arrived with 12 elders of the 9th great supreme god layer. He suppressed his shock and injuries and roared, "After them! Don't let them go!" Having said that, he endured his injuries and flew out, chasing after Lu Ming and the rest. He could not let Lu Ming's group escape. It was not only because Lu Ming's group was too dangerous and needed to be eliminated, but also for himself. He had to capture Lu Ming's group of 4, and learn how to control origin energy from Lu Ming's group. A mere god emperor was able to control the power of origin. With his divine master cultivation, he would definitely be able to succeed if he knew the method. If he could control origin energy in advance, he would have a chance of reaching origin energy in the future. His heart burned with passion. Thus, he put his life on the line, ignoring his injuries and the consequences as he madly pursued Lu Ming's group. The other celestial race experts also began to pursue this scoundrel. Lu Ming's expression turned rather unsightly. Although the second-tier divine master from the heavenly human tribe was severely injured and weakened, he seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. He chased after Lu Ming with all his might. Not only was Lu Ming unable to shake him off, but the distance between them was also closing. Moreover, he was carrying Xian Yanqing, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shun, so his speed was somewhat affected. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. "Young master, put me down. Let me stop them," Qiu Moon called out. "Lu Ming, you go first. Don't worry about me," Xian Yanqing also called out. "That's right. Put me down. I don't like this guy. Put me down and I'll cut off his head," Wan Shun also called out. They did not want to implicate Lu Ming, and wanted to lighten the burden on Lu Ming. At the same time, they also wanted to stop the celestial race experts and buy Lu Ming time. How could Lu Ming not know what Qiu Moon and Xian Yanqing's group's intentions? Thus, he ignored them and continued flying at full speed. However, the distance between them and the God Emperor's group's group and their group. "Kid, you can't leave. Stop right there and I'll give you a quick death," a second-tier divine master from the heavenly human tribe shouted, trying to put psychological pressure on Lu Ming. His God. Damn it, the power of the origin source is truly terrifying, he roared in his heart. Pursuing Lu Ming with all his might was extremely harmful to him. If this continued, there would be many side effects. In the best-case scenario, his cultivation base would deteriorate, and in the worst-case scenario, he would be left with injuries that he would never be able to recover from. His cultivation base would never be able to improve. However, compared to the method of controlling the origin source, he still decided to risk his life. He was no longer young, and his potential was about to be exhausted. However, his cultivation base was only at the second tier of the God Master realm. If he did not encounter any heaven-defying opportunities, reaching the third tier of the God Master realm would be his limit. Hence, even if he was left with injuries that were difficult to recover from, his losses would not be too great. However, once he obtained the method of controlling the origin source, his potential would skyrocket. His cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even be able to break through to the reciprocity realm. Compared to the potential gains, risking his life and taking the risk was completely worth it. He continued to suppress his injuries and continued his pursuit. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Fog is rising. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Fog suddenly rose from the ancient city. It was unknown where the fog came from. It seemed to have come directly from space or from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled with a thick fog, and it was getting thicker and thicker. In the future, it would become similar to the void they had come from. This fog could cut off vision and spiritual sense. Lu Ming sensed that his visibility was rapidly decreasing, and the range of his spiritual sense was also rapidly shrinking. Not good. It's time for fog to rise again. The celestial race second-tier god master realm expert grimaced, his expression turning extremely unsightly. He desperately burned heavenly power to increase his speed, so that he could catch up to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure in front of him was still growing more and more indistinct. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming was not alarmed. On the contrary, he was delighted. This fog was far too useful to him. He could use this opportunity to throw off the celestial race second-tier god master realm expert. Swish. Lu Ming rushed to the surface, and then his body began to flicker as he passed through various buildings. The fog was already getting thicker and thicker, and with the addition of the tall buildings, it affected his vision even more. A little while later, the celestial race second-tier god master realm expert had completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! You can't get away. Once the fog disperses, you'll all die. The celestial race expert roared. Then he stopped and sat down cross-legged. He took out several pills, swallowed them, and began to treat his injuries. I've finally shaken that fellow off. Lu Ming inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not stop and continued to fly. Only after flying far enough did Lu Ming find a building and stop. After stopping, Xian Yinqing, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan swallowed divine pills and began to treat their injuries. Their bodies were different from ordinary people's, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. They recovered very quickly, and it didn't take long for the three of them to basically recover. At this time, the fog was extremely thick, about the same as the void outside the ancient city, and it severely affected their vision. Even in the air, they could only see objects that were 100 meters away. Even with their spiritual senses, they could only see a few 100 meters away. Fortunately, their hearing was somewhat better, but it was still greatly obstructed. I wonder how long this fog will last. Will it never disperse? Xian Yinqing muttered, his expression grave. If it really didn't disperse, it would be troublesome. In such an environment, it would be very difficult to distinguish directions. Moreover, they had been flying randomly, so they didn't even know where they were. It would be very difficult to get out. How could it be so coincidental that the fog started not long after we entered? Perhaps the fog will disperse after a while. Lu Ming said. What do we do now, young master? Qiu Moon asked. The four of them discussed for a while, and decided to continue their search in a certain direction. They couldn't just stay where they were. If the fog didn't disperse, wouldn't they have to stay here for the rest of their lives? Of course, that was impossible. They moved along the ground in the opposite direction. Of course, they did not move very quickly for fear of encountering some terrifying danger. Chapter 4461. Lu Ming and the other three moved forward in the mist. Their speed was not fast as they walked along the streets and alleys of the buildings, focusing on their surroundings. Half a day later. Watch out! There's something up ahead. Suddenly Lu Ming said and sent a message to Xian Yinqing and the others. Xian Yinqing and the other two also stopped and looked in one direction. Because from that direction, they heard the sound of explosions and weapons colliding. Someone was fighting. The four exchanged glances. Who was fighting? Was it the heavenly human race and the others, or the horrifying creatures in the mist? Lu Ming was confused, but he decided to go and check it out. The four hid their auras and rushed toward the direction of the sound. It's close. Hide, Lu Ming said. The four hid their bodies with the help of the tall buildings and continued to approach. Finally, a blurry figure appeared not far ahead. The heavenly human race. That's right, they saw a dozen heavenly human race members at first glance. Through their auras, they could see that one of them was a divine master. The other heavenly human race members were all at the 9th layer of the great god realm. However, they were not the ones who had chased after Lu Ming and the others, but the other heavenly human race members. The number of heavenly human race members here was indeed shocking. Right then, the divine master heavenly human race member did not attack. Only a dozen elders at the 9th layer of the great god realm joined hands and formed the 9 heavens battle formation to attack a young man. It's him. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Qiu Moon, and Wanshan saw that young man and were all shocked. They knew this young man. Xiao Chuhe was one of the top geniuses on the universe ancient genius rank, ranked 18th. Everyone had seen him in the battle for the origin seed. He had an 8-star battle power and a cultivation base at the 9th layer of the Great God realm. However, he was surrounded by more than a dozen elders from the heavenly human race, and had no power to fight back at all. In a one-on-one battle, none of the heavenly human elders would be able to beat Xiao Chuha. But with all of them setting up the 9 sky battle formation, Xiao Chuha was completely suppressed. Right then, Xiao Chuha was already wounded, and his clothes were dyed with blood. He kept backing out, and it looked like he was about to die. Lords of the heavenly human tribe, if you want the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment, I'll give it to you. Please spare my life. Xiao Chuha screamed and started to beg for mercy. Humph, since you've come here and seen us, you have to die. After all, we can still get the fragments of the natal spirit stone in your hands after killing you. The divine master of the heavenly human race sneered and stood to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, looking calm and composed. So Xiao Chuha also has a piece of his life spirit yuan stone. Back in the top immortal city, it was suppressed, and I could not sense it at all. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Originally, the owner of the natal spirit stone fragment would be able to sense it when they were close. However, in the Taishang immortal city, everything was suppressed, including the fragments of the life spirit vitality stone. They were also suppressed, so they couldn't sense each other. Therefore, Lu Ming did not know that Xiao Chuha had the natal spirit stone fragment in the top immortal city. The Battle of the Origin Seeds had gathered all of the top martial geniuses in the entire universe. Lu Ming estimated that Xiao Chuha might not be the only one with the natal spirit stone fragment. However, since he could not sense it, he did not know who it was. Pooh. Right then, Xiao Chuha was no match for the heavenly human race. A beam of sword chi pierced through his body, and his body exploded into 2 halves. Spare my life! Xiao Chuha screamed, but the heavenly human race warrior would not show any mercy. The 9 sky battle formation was activated, and the sword chi increased drastically as it continued to attack Xiao Chuha. This time, Xiao Chuha would not be able to survive. His head was pierced through by the sword chi and exploded. Shoo! Shoo! Xiao Chuha's head exploded, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. A couple of beams of light shot out. Soul Origin Stone Fragment. Lu Ming could clearly see that one of the beams of light was indeed the natal spirit stone fragment. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Lu Ming's natal spirit stone was getting impatient, revealing a deep desire. However, it was suppressed by Lu Ming. That heavenly human race warrior reached out his hand and grabbed the natal spirit stone fragment. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Very good. Another natal spirit stone fragment is in our hands. If we succeed this time, our master will definitely reward us handsomely. This time, I wonder how many people have come in here. It would be great if we could get a couple more of them." A 9th level heavenly human race elder said. Yeah, let's not waste any more time. Let's give this natal spirit stone fragment to our master first, and then come out to look for the others. That heavenly master said. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression changed as he looked in one direction and yelled, "Who is it?" From that direction, 4 human figures suddenly shot out. These 4 human figures were naturally Lu Ming, and the other 3. The other party was able to discover them because the 4 of them had done it on purpose. Because Lu Ming and the others had decided to attack. These heavenly human race warriors were not strong. They could sense that the heavenly master was only at the 1st level of the divine master realm. They could definitely deal with him. There were 2 reasons for killing these heavenly human race warriors. One was, of course, the natal spirit stone fragment. The other was to capture a few heavenly human race warriors and ask them some questions they wanted to know. Not every heavenly human race warrior was so stubborn that they would rather die than talk. For young people, more than 10 heavenly human race warriors were relieved when they saw Lu Ming and the other 3. They could already tell that Lu Ming and the other 3 were only God Emperors. God Emperors were not a threat. Buzz. At that moment, the natal spirit stone fragment in the heavenly human race warrior's hand trembled and emitted a dim light. They also have the natal spirit stone fragment. Good, very good. He was overjoyed. Young man, the natal spirit stone fragment is in your hand. Hand it over. The heavenly human race warrior took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. He grabbed at the air and grabbed at Lu Ming. He thought that with his strength, dealing with a young man at the 9th level of the divine god realm would be a piece of cake. Even a peerless genius was nothing in his eyes. A heavenly human race warrior at the 9th level of the divine god realm could fight against the most ordinary 1st level of the divine master realm. However, he was not the most ordinary 1st level of the divine master realm. Therefore, even if Lu Ming had a heavenly human race warrior of 9 or even 10 stars, he was confident that he could suppress him. Moreover, how many heavenly human race warriors had 9 or 10 stars? I'll leave the others to you. I'll deal with this one. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, and the myriad gods. Then he sped up. At the same time, the Bingxian staff appeared in his hand. Lu Ming used his strongest combat strength to end the battle quickly. Boom! The Bingxian staff enlarged and charged toward the heavenly human race warrior with unparalleled power. The Bingxian staff hit the heavenly human race warrior's palm first. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The heavenly human race warrior's palm exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 4462. The 1st level god lord of the celestial race widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Not only was he stronger than he had imagined, but he was also much stronger. How could this be? His heart was filled with confusion and shock, but this was not the time for him to be shocked. He roared, and heavenly energy erupted from his body in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. But it was all in vain. Under the mysterious ice staff, his defenses and heavenly energy were pushed back again and again, crumbling apart. A terrifying pressure pressed down on him, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Finally, a large crater appeared in the ground. The 1st level god lord of the celestial race lay in the crater, coughing up blood as his body twitched. His muscles and bones had already been shattered. In one move, Lu Ming had heavily injured him, and he was no longer able to fight. After Lu Ming used the mysterious ice staff, his strength completely overwhelmed this person. Moreover, this person had been too careless when facing Lu Ming, so it was normal for him to be beaten to a pulp in one move. As for Xian Yinqing and the others, they were about to finish their battle. The 9th level god emperors had originally wanted to set up the 9 heavens battle formation. But Xian Yinqing had acted first, using the celestial demon domain to disrupt the formation. Without the 9 heavens battle formation, these people were on the same level as Xian Yinqing and the others. There was no suspense. The difference was too great, and they were easily defeated. At this time, these people were all heavily injured and lying on the ground, unable to move. They were no longer able to fight. However, no one had been killed. Lu Ming and the others still had questions to ask. Let's leave this place first, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the 1st level god lord of the celestial race, and took him into the fog. Xian Yinqing, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen followed with 10 some 9th level god emperors. Not long after, they entered a building. He threw the dozen or so heavenly humans onto the ground. Lu Ming reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. The original soul fragment that the opponent had gotten from Xiao Chuhe was caught in his hand. You! How dare you! Don't you know that we are the heavenly human tribe? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of implicating your 9 generations? The divine master realm heavenly human shouted. He actually wanted to threaten Lu Ming and the others. Bang! Wan Shen did not hold back and kicked the divine lord in the face. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his old face came into close contact with the ground. Half of his face was swollen. Ah, how dare you! The celestial clan's divine master roared. 9 familial extermination? Audacious? I'm a heaven destroyer. Why would I be afraid of your heavenly palace? The myriad god sneered. The other party immediately shut his mouth, his expression extremely ugly. He howled in his heart. It was actually a heaven destroyer. The heaven destroyer specialized in fighting against the heavenly palace. Of course, they would not be afraid of the heavenly palace. Facing the heaven destroyer, their hearts kept sinking. Speak! Why are you heavenly human tribe here? Was it attracted by the life spirit vitality stone? When did you come? How many of you are here? Lu Ming asked several questions. Traitor, don't even think about getting any information from me. I won't say anything. Just give up. The Divine Master Realm Heavenly Human said coldly. Is that so? Wan Shen, teach him a lesson. Lu Ming said. Leave it to me. Dry bones devouring soul. The myriad god sneered and moved his hands, sending several streams of energy into the other party's body. Soon, the other party's body began to tremble, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Clearly, this person's endurance was far inferior to the first-layer Divine Master that Lu Ming had interrogated earlier. After a while, this person let out a shrill scream. The faces of the other dozen god emperors of the heavenly human tribe turned pale. What kind of technique was this? Even a god emperor couldn't withstand it and let out a scream. However, this person was quite strong-willed. Although he screamed, he didn't say anything in the end. The myriad god waved his hand and put away the dry bones devouring soul. Hoo, the heavenly human tribe's god emperor panted heavily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Ha, use whatever means you have. I won't say anything. Not a single word. Ha. Then this person laughed loudly. There's no need for you to say that. There are still a dozen people here. Lu Ming curled his lips and looked at the dozen ninth-layer god emperors. The heavenly human tribe's god emperor's expression changed. He looked at the god emperors and roared. If you dare. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming had already stepped on this person's head. Violent energy exploded, and the first-layer god emperor's head exploded like a watermelon. The universe bridge inside was also destroyed. A god emperor had been killed just like that. When Lu Ming killed the man, he quickly scanned the dozen elders who were at the 9th level of the Great God Realm. The expressions of the elders at the 9th level of the Great God Realm changed drastically. However, a few of them looked terrified and Lu Ming noticed it clearly. Lu Ming nodded. He knew what was going on. These heavenly human tribe's elders were quite old. They had lived for a long time and had experienced many things. They were mentally tough. If he wanted to get something out of them, he had to think carefully. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xian Yanqing and the rest. He wanted to interrogate these few people who had revealed looks of fear at the end. Then Lu Ming walked to an elder of the 9th-layer god emperors. The heavenly human tribe's elder's expression changed slightly when he saw Lu Ming kill the heavenly human tribe's god emperor. However, his expression didn't change much. He looked as if he was ready to die. Speak. Why would your heavenly human clan appear here? Are you attracted by the fragments of the life spirit primordial stone? When did you come? How many of you are here? Lu Ming repeated the question that he had asked earlier. Don't even think about it. The heavenly human tribe would rather die than surrender. We won't say a single word. The elder shouted. Bang. Lu Ming hit the elder with the Bingxian staff and destroyed his body and soul. Then he immediately looked at the next elder of the heavenly human tribe and said, You say it. The elder's lips trembled. He looked hesitant, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, Kill me if you want to. Don't even think about it. Bang. The Bingxian staff hit the elder and he died. Then he walked to the third elder of the heavenly human tribe. Bang. 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 Then Lu Ming killed 3 more people in a row. He was very decisive. As long as the elder said no, he would kill him with one move. Sure enough, this person was ruthless and swift. This caused the remaining heavenly human clan elders to all reveal expressions of fear. This was especially true for the few old men who had previously revealed looks of fear. At this moment, they were already filled with intense fear. I'll talk. Finally, one of the elders of the heavenly human tribe shouted. The last line of defense in his heart was broken by Lu Ming. Chapter 4463. Oh, go ahead. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the heavenly human elder. I'll tell you, but you have to promise to spare my life. The elder from the heavenly human tribe said. He was scared. He was really scared. If he had died in a battle, he would not have been afraid. However, if he had to wait for death, he was really scared. Okay. I'll let him go as long as he answers one of my questions in detail. If he's satisfied with your answer, I'll let him go. Lu Ming said. Really? The elder from the heavenly human tribe's eyes lit up. Of course. The first question is, why did the heavenly human tribe come here? Lu Ming said, Master brought us here. His name is Yi Wu and he's a peerless genius from the heavenly human tribe. Although he's not young or in his prime, he's a peerless genius from the previous 2 eras. He said that he found the legendary life spirit heavenly court and brought us here to look for opportunities. The elder quickly replied. Then he looked at Lu Ming hopefully and said, I've already answered one question. Can you let me go now? Of course. I'm a man of my word. Let's go, Lu Ming said. The elder was a little skeptical, but in the end he gritted his teeth and ran away. Lu Ming and the others did not attack him. They let him go. He was just a cultivator of the 9th great god realm. It was not a big deal to let him go. Moreover, he had betrayed the heavenly human tribe by revealing their secret. That was a serious crime. Therefore, even if he went back, he would not tell anyone about the situation here. Letting him go would give the others hope. Then it would be easier for them to ask questions later. As expected, when the others saw that they could live if the elder answered one question, they collapsed. Their desire to live surpassed everything else. I'll tell you too. I'll tell you too. Ask me, I'll tell you everything. The others began to cry out one after another. They had thought that they were going to die, but now they saw a chance to live. Naturally, they were tempted. Very good. Tell me, how did you come here? Were you attracted by the fragments of the life spirit primordial stone? Lu Ming said. I don't know if we were attracted by the vitality stone because Master Yi Wu didn't tell us. Maybe our levels are too low. A divine master might know. I only know that this is the life spirit heavenly court, and there are great opportunities here. That person replied. Lu Ming frowned. He was not satisfied with this answer. Asking was as good as not asking. When the man saw Lu Ming frown, he immediately panicked and shouted, This question, I really only know this much. Why don't you change the question? I will definitely tell you in detail. Very well. How many people have come from your heavenly human tribe? What are their cultivation levels? Tell me. Lu Ming said. This time, Lord Yi Wu has brought close to 300 people with him. There should be more than 20 divine lords, most of whom are at the 1st or 2nd layer of the divine lord realm. But there are definitely some who are stronger. My level is too low, so I don't know what the cultivation levels of those who are stronger are. I'm telling the truth. They don't know either. The person hurriedly replied. Beside him, the others also nodded. More than 20 divine lord realm existences, more than 300 people. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen all wore grave expressions. Even a 2nd-level divine master wasn't someone they could deal with, let alone someone even stronger than that. All right, you can go now. Lu Ming waved his hand. The person was overjoyed. He quickly got up and rushed into the distance, disappearing into the fog in the blink of an eye. Then Lu Ming asked the next person, Where are Lord Yi Wu and those stronger experts that you mentioned? They had to know this so that they could guard against them and avoid them. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court is too big. It's hard to describe its exact location. I only know that they're in an ancient place. There must be some important treasures there, but they need life spirit stones to open it. Not just 1 or 2 pieces, but many. That's why Lord Yi Wu sent us to different places to hunt down experts who have life spirit stones and give them to him. The person answered. How did he know that someone with a piece of the natal spirit stone would come here? Lu Ming continued to ask. They had just arrived not long ago, and Lord Yi Wu must be very far away. They did not sense the vitality stone fragments. How did Lord Yi Wu know that they had come here with the fragments of the natal spirit stone? Did he encounter other existences with vitality stone fragments? I don't know about that. My rank is too low, and Lord Yi Wu won't tell us many secrets. The person said, looking at Lu Ming uneasily. He was afraid that he would be killed by Lu Ming if he was not satisfied with his answer. You can go now. Lu Ming waved his hand. The person was overjoyed and hurriedly left. There were still 4 heavenly human tribe elders present. They looked at Lu Ming hopefully, hoping to answer Lu Ming's question and get a chance to live. Tell me in detail about the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Is it dangerous? What's with the fog? Lu Ming asked. This fog will automatically disappear after 7 days. After that, it will appear again after a period of time. It will continue to deteriorate. Furthermore, there are no other dangers here. One of the heavenly human tribe elders told him everything he knew in detail. After hearing this, Lu Ming and the others finally understood a lot about the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. When did you come here? Lu Ming asked the next person. I came here 3,000 years ago. A heavenly human tribe patriarch answered. 3,000 years ago? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. These heavenly human tribe members had come 3,000 years ago. No wonder they did not know them, and did not know about Taishang Immortal City. They would be shocked by their cultivation. These heavenly human tribe members had come 3,000 years ago, but they had only come recently. That Xiao Chuha must be the same as them, having just arrived recently. What was going on? Did something happen in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court that caused the Vitality Stone fragments to act strangely? Was that why they were brought here? Did this have something to do with Yi Wu? According to these heavenly human tribe members, Yi Wu had only sent his subordinates to hunt down people with Vitality Stone fragments not long ago. Apparently, Yi Wu knew they were here. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others thought of many things and had many questions in their minds. Unfortunately, these celestial race cultivators' levels were too low. They were like soy sauce characters, so they didn't know much. If they were divine lords, they would definitely know more. Unfortunately, the 2 divine lords they had captured were too stubborn and could not open their mouths. Chapter 4464. After that, Lu Ming asked the remaining heavenly human tribe elders a few more questions and obtained some unimportant information. Then he let them all go. After letting those people go, Lu Ming and the other 3 left as well. They found another place to let the rock spirit devour Xiao Chuha's soul stone piece. In this way, the life soul primordial stone fragment in Lu Ming's hand could be considered a fusion of 3 fragments. This made the vitality stone spirit very excited. Even its memories were more complete. It could remember a few secrets of the life spirit palace. Unfortunately, it still had no impression of the life spirit heavenly court or this ancient city. However, there were always benefits to fusing with more life spirit vitality stone fragments. Although they hadn't gained much in the life soul heavenly court, they still hadn't gained much. But one thing was for sure. There was definitely a treasure in the life spirit heavenly court. This was because Yi Wu of the heavenly human tribe was about to open an ancient ruin and needed more fragments of the natal spirit stone. Perhaps there were other similar historical sites. Also, were the other 3 treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court also in this ancient city? The group of 4 continued to move through the mists, advancing carefully. Along the way, they also sensed the aura of the Celestial Clan, so they avoided them ahead of time. Just like that, 7 days of fog passed. When the 8th day arrived, the fog in the world quickly dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. When the fog dissipated, Lu Ming's group of 4 hid in an intact building. To them, the absence of the fog was more dangerous than the presence of the fog. It was because the Celestial Clan's experts could move out without any restraint. They could target them even from far away. Once he encountered an expert above the 2nd layer of the Divine Master Realm, he would not be able to shake them off. They decided not to take action when there was no fog. They would only take action when there was fog. Although the speed was much slower when the fog rose, they had plenty of time, didn't they? He's here. In less than half a day, Lu Ming suddenly whispered. The 4 of them retracted their auras to the extreme. They were like stones, using the buildings as support to look outside. Swish. Swish. In the sky, there was the sound of air being torn apart. One figure after another appeared. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned their surroundings. It was precisely the celestial race. There was no lack of divine masters among them. At the same time, their spiritual senses kept scanning the area. Under Xian Yanqing's sky demon domain, Lu Ming's group of 4 was completely isolated from the outside world's spiritual senses. Xian Yanqing had the memories of his previous life, and had many tricks up his sleeve. It wasn't difficult for him to block the probing of other people's spiritual senses. The heavenly humans scanned the area, but they did not discover anything. They then left in a flash. Lu Ming and the other 3 stayed in the building, cultivating and waiting at the same time. Especially Xian Yanqing needed some time to cultivate. Because Xian Yanqing's cultivation had long reached the peak of the God-Emperor realm, he could already break through to the Divine Master realm. Divine Masters SSS Divine Master. If she could break through to the Divine Master realm, her battle prowess would skyrocket, which would be of great benefit to them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During these dozen or so days, they had discovered at least 3 groups of Celestial Clan cultivators. They had investigated this place, so they naturally didn't discover them. Half a month later, fog began to appear again. Soon, the entire ancient city was shrouded in thick fog. Let's go! Lu Ming's group of 4 began to move again. They charged into the fog, heading toward the center of the ancient city. Nothing unusual happened for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, they encountered a group of celestial race cultivators. This group of celestial race cultivators had a 2nd-level divine master. Lu Ming's group was no match for them, so they turned and fled. Finally, they managed to shake off the celestial race cultivators with the help of the fog. Careful! After shaking off the members of the heavenly human clan, Lu Ming suddenly shouted softly. This was because he sensed a terrifying crisis descending in that instant. At this critical moment, forbidden energy erupted, turning into a ribbon that wrapped around Xian Yanqing, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen, forcing them to retreat. Swish! 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 Several terrifying bursts of energy descended from the sky, landing where Lu Ming's group had been standing. They struck the ground, creating several craters. Above us, Xian Yanqing roared as the celestial demon domain erupted. Black lotuses appeared in the domain and soared into the sky. Swish! 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 Above them, the fog churned and the terrifying energy howled as a bony claw swiped at them. This attack was simply too fast. From the sneak attack to the second wave of attacks, there was no gap in between. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not even take out the Bingxian rod to block it. Heaven-cleaving style. At this critical moment, Lu Ming could only use the heaven-cleaving style. Spear energy poured out of his pores as his body transformed into a spear and soared into the sky. Qiu Moon and Wan Shen hurriedly used all their strength to block this attack. The attacks of the 4 people collided with the bony claws. With several explosions, Lu Ming's group of 4 shuddered. They felt a mountain-toppling pressure from the bony claw, and their bodies slammed into the ground like meteors. Plush! Qiu Moon was the weakest, so she couldn't help but vomit blood. What a powerful attack! Xian Yanqing's expression turned grave. This bony claw's attack was equivalent to a 2nd-level God Lord's attack. However, the fog made it difficult for them to sense the opponent's cultivation. They only knew that this attack was extremely powerful. And it's not from the celestial race. Lu Ming said. The celestial race controlled the power of the heavens. And the attack just now was definitely not the power of the heavens, but the divine power cultivated by the various races of the universe. Who is it? Get out here! Wan Shen roared like a frenzied lion. But the only response they received was another bony claw swiping at them from above. At the same time, the sound of air being torn came from all directions. Because the fog obstructed their vision, they couldn't see what was attacking them, but they were sure that this attack was no small matter. Profound Ice Staff. The Profound Ice Staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shout, he poured his forbidden energy into the Profound Ice Staff. The Profound Ice Staff rapidly expanded as it swung at the bony claw. Boom! There was a loud roar and the Bingxian rod vibrated violently, causing Lu Ming to retreat continuously. However, the bone claw was also blocked. Moreover, there was a gush of icy coldness covering the bone claw and spreading rapidly. At the same time that Lu Ming attacked, Xian Yanqing's group also attacked, taking out their trump cards. However, they ignored the bony claw above them and focused on dealing with the attacks coming from all directions. Only when they got closer did they realize that the attacks coming from all directions were bone swords. The bone swords were sharp and contained terrifying energy. They constantly clashed with Xian Yanqing's group, suppressing Xian Yanqing's group. Even after using their trump cards, they were still no match. Chapter 4465. Break out of the encirclement. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen. Then, the four of them gathered together and suddenly rushed in one direction. With the combined strength of the four of them, they finally shattered a few bone swords. Then they used their movement techniques and ran quickly. After a few exchanges, they understood that the person who attacked them was very strong. Even if they used all their strength, they were definitely not a match for him. As they ran, the person who secretly attacked them chased them relentlessly. Bone swords flew through the air. At the same time, the giant white bone claw in the air condensed again. It emitted a terrifying aura and grabbed at Lu Ming and the others. "Break!" Lu Ming shouted. He waved the obsidian staff and continued to attack the white bone claw. He blocked the white bone claw's attack. He used the force of this attack to rush forward. At the same time, he swept up Xian Yanqing and the others and accelerated forward. At the same time, Xian Yanqing activated the heavenly demon territory to envelop a large area of defense. No matter how the other party hid, they would be enveloped by the heavenly demon territory and be greatly restricted. Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to run forward. It was not convenient to chase in the thick fog, but it was convenient to escape. It did not take long for Lu Ming and the others to successfully shake off the other party. However, the four of them had a grave expression. "Lu Ming, who do you think attacked us? If it's not the heavenly human tribe, who else could it be?" Wan Shen said. "It seems that other than the heavenly human tribe who wants the vitality stone fragments, there are also some other people who want to seize others' vitality stone fragments," Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing and the rest understood that Lu Ming was referring to someone like them. Someone who also had fragments of the primordial stone. Now there were only two kinds of people in this ancient city. The first kind was the heavenly human tribe. The second kind was like them, people who had vitality stone fragments and were brought in by the vitality stone fragments. And the person who had attacked them was likely someone like them. Someone who possessed a fragment of a life soul essence stone. They had been brought in by the fragment. Someone wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob others of their life spirit vitality stones. The life spirit vitality stone shards only chose top geniuses, but it did not mean that they were all from the younger generation. It was very likely that he was a prodigy of the previous generation. If it was those older geniuses, then their cultivation levels were very likely to have stepped into the Divine Master realm long ago. In a battle between peers, Lu Ming and the others naturally did not fear anyone. However, it was hard to say when it came to fighting across generations. It seemed like the ancient city was getting more and more dangerous. Not only did they have to guard against the heavenly human tribe, but they also had to guard against the other owners of the life spirit source stone fragments. However, they couldn't stay where they were. Even if they were not looking for treasures, they would still have to make a move in order to get out. If they didn't move when the fog was thick, when the fog receded, there would be celestial race experts everywhere. It would be even more difficult to move. Therefore, Lu Ming's group of four did not stop, and continued to move forward according to the original plan. Not long after, they made another discovery. They saw a corpse in an alley. It was a blood-red bat with golden wings. A member of the blood tribe. It was obvious that this was a blood tribe expert. However, this blood tribe expert's forehead was pierced by a sword light, killed with a single sword strike. This member of the blood race is a first-level divine master. Xian Yanqing carefully sized up this person, and determined this person's cultivation level based on the remnant aura on his body. Moreover, he wasn't killed by the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming continued. This blood tribe expert had clearly been killed not long ago. There were still remnants of energy in his wounds that had not dissipated. That energy was clearly not the power of the heavens. Could he have been killed by the existence that attacked them earlier? This blood tribe expert was very likely the owner of the life spirit source stone fragment. That was why he was killed. The soul spirit source stone fragment on him had obviously been taken away. How many people have come this time? The myriad gods whispered. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others did not speak. Their brows were tightly knitted. Lu Ming found it difficult to answer this question. He did not know how many fragments the life spirit source stone had shattered into. A dozen pieces? A few dozen? Apart from the heavenly human tribe, how many people had come this time? Were there any extremely terrifying existences? It felt more and more dangerous in this ancient city. There were murderous intents everywhere. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Since they were already here, they could only give it a try no matter what. The four of them continued forward. The next day was calm and peaceful. They did not encounter any danger. However, one day later, there's someone ahead. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others stopped. This was because they felt that there was someone ahead. Moreover, the person was very close to them, just 1,000 meters away. 1,000 meters away was already beyond the range of their eyesight and spiritual senses. However, a distance of 1,000 meters was too short for them. If they attacked, 1,000 meters would be covered in an instant. There was no difference between 1,000 meters and 1 meter. It could be said that this was a very dangerous distance. Once they attacked, it would be difficult to react in time. Fortunately, the other party did not attack. They seemed to have stopped there, and did not move. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming and the others channeled their power, and set up layers of defense around their bodies, ready to attack at any time. Swoosh. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound in front of them. It was piercing toward them. At the same time, there was a cold aura rushing toward them at an astonishing speed. Kill! Lu Ming shouted softly, and the Bingxian staff suddenly enlarged and pressed forward like a mountain. Clang! The Bingxian staff collided with a battle sword. The battle sword vibrated violently and flew back. This sword, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This battle sword was rusty and looked very old. This was a great killing weapon, a source-level divine weapon. More importantly, Lu Ming recognized this rusty battle sword. This was Di Jianyi's sword. He had fought with Di Jianyi before. Di Jianyi's great killing weapon was this rusty battle sword. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The black hole kept spinning, and exploded with a terrifying devouring power. Even the surrounding fog was devoured by the black hole. The surrounding vision suddenly became clearer. It was not a black hole but a flower. Sky-devouring rose flower. Dark night rose, it's you. Xian Yanqing's demonic aura spread out. A huge figure appeared around her, and pressed its hands toward the black hole. Rumble. The black hole shook violently and the devouring power was also decreasing. Lu Ming, it's you. Xian Yanqing, it's you. A few figures appeared in succession. So it's you. Die kill. Wanshan roared and his divine power erupted. His body became huge and burly as he controlled more than a dozen origin source secret techniques, and attacked in a direction. Over there, the dark aura was extremely dense. A figure turned into dark aura and turned into various demons, ghosts, and skeletons to resist with all his might. That was Yin Jiuling. Chapter 4466. Boom. On the other side, Autumn Moon brandished his saber and exchanged blows with someone. That person was enveloped in flames. Every move he made caused a strong gust of wind, and exuded a terrifyingly high temperature. The aura of the origin ancient word, that's Ling Heng. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The person who was exchanging blows with Autumn Moon was actually the #1 exceptional genius on the universe prodigy list, Ling Heng. Ling Heng had actually walked together with Anya Rose and the others. Swoosh. In front of him, the iron sword flew over and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he shouted, Di Jianyi, today, I will completely suppress you. Just as his voice fell, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged out like lightning. At the same time, the mysterious Bingxian rod struck down. When the huge mysterious Bingxian rod pressed down, the fog rolled and the void shook. Lu Ming finally saw the figure in front of him clearly. If it wasn't Di Jianyi, who else could it be? Di Jianyi was controlling the rusty saber. Dang. The saber and rod clashed again, and there was a shocking explosion. However, Di Jianyi's fighting power was originally 2 stars lower than Lu Ming's. Although the rusty saber that he controlled was also an origin-level weapon, it still couldn't be compared to the mysterious Bingxian rod. Hence, he wasn't Lu Ming's opponent at all. The saber and rod clashed and the rusty saber was sent flying. Di Jianyi's body shook and he retreated. He coughed out blood and was severely injured. Di Jianyi. Anya Rose shouted and waved her hand. A saber flew towards Lu Ming. The saber quickly enlarged and slashed out, cutting through the void. Hall Guardian Weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Back then he, Ling Yue, Anya Rose, Di Jiani, and Xiao Wuji had explored one of the 9 Life Spirit Halls. In the Life Spirit Hall, they had discovered 2 Hall Guardian weapons. One of them was the mysterious Bingxian rod, which had landed in Lu Ming's hands. The other one was a saber that had landed in Anya Rose's hands. Obviously it was this one. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the mysterious ice rod blasted out, clashing with the war blade. With a clang, the battle saber was blocked. However, Lu Ming's body also swayed slightly. What power! This Dark Night Rose is indeed someone who has lived a lifetime. The power she can bring out when controlling the divine weapon is clearly stronger than mine. Lu Ming pondered. Dark Night Rose was a reincarnated person. In her previous life, she was Xian Yanqing's pet. However, according to what Xian Yanqing had said, Xian Yanqing had been at reciprocity in his past life. The Dark Night Rose had been at reciprocity as well. They had the experience of reaching Origin Realm, so they were naturally more powerful when controlling divine weapons of the same level. Dark Night Rose, your opponent is me, Xian Yanqing shouted. A huge lotus flower pressed down on Dark Night Rose. Dark Night Rose could only recall her saber to resist. However, how could Dark Night Rose and the others be a match for Lu Ming and the others? They were all at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, we just have different ideologies. There is no big grudge between us. Why did you sneak attack us before? Dark Night Rose shouted. Nonsense, it was you who sneak attacked us just now. Before Lu Ming could answer, the Pantheon god roared and kept attacking like a storm. Yin Jiuling kept flashing and could only dodge with all his might. However, he was still injured by the powerful force of the Pantheon god. We attacked you. It's a misunderstanding. Stop, this is a misunderstanding. Dark Night Rose shouted and retreated quickly. However, Xian Yanqing controlled the lotus to continue attacking. Xiaoqing, wait a minute. Lu Ming shouted. Xian Yanqing stopped and recalled the lotus, but he still stared at Dark Night Rose. Autumn Moon Myriad Gods, stop! Lu Ming shouted again. Then everyone followed Lu Ming's lead. When Lu Ming asked them to stop, Autumn Moon and Myriad Gods naturally stopped. Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng, and Di Jiani quickly came to Dark Night Rose's side. Lu Ming realized that besides Yin Jiuling, Ling Heng, and Di Jiani, there were a few other young men and women. There were 4 other people who came to Dark Night Rose's side. Xiao Wuji. Lu Ming saw Xiao Wuji at first glance. In the past, when Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak, Xiao Wuji had fought with Lu Ming. But then, Xiao Wuji's combat power was far behind Lu Ming's. Although Xiao Wuji had awakened the King Azura bloodline at the beginning, he had had many fortuitous encounters, and had received guidance from Dark Night Rose. But his current combat power was 10 stars. Lu Ming had seen Xiao Wuji in the Battle of the Origin in Taishang Immortal City. However, Xiao Wuji, who had 10 stars of combat power, was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. Xiao Wuji didn't even make it to the end before he was defeated, and didn't fight with Lu Ming. But then, Xiao Wuji looked pale and dispirited. He seemed to be injured. Not only him, but the other 3 young men and women were also injured. 2 of them are top geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list. Dark Night Rose's methods are really shocking. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. As for the other 3 young men and women, Lu Ming had seen 2 of them before. They were top geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list, and were very powerful. But now they had joined Dark Night Rose. Dark Night Rose had created Huiying Alliance back then to network all the heroes in the world, and build a force that was comparable to the Heavenly Palace. Back then Lu Ming had scoffed, but now he couldn't help but admire Dark Night Rose's methods. Up until now, the number of geniuses that Dark Night Rose had recruited was already very shocking. These were top geniuses. In the future, even if Huiying Alliance couldn't compare to the Heavenly Palace, it could at least become a powerful force in the primitive universe. Dark Night Rose, you said it was a misunderstanding. Tell me, what misunderstanding is it? Xian Yanqing said coldly. You said that we attacked you. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't attack you. We were attacked ourselves. Previously, I thought that you were secretly attacking us? Dark Night Rose said. You think we didn't attack you just because you said so? Wan Shen said unhappily. Then I would like to ask, how is the combat power of the people who attacked you? Do we have the combat power to do so? Dark Knight Rose said. Her words made Wan Shen's expression freeze. Indeed, the people who attacked them previously were very powerful. The four of them together weren't a match for them. Dark Knight Rose, and the others obviously didn't have the strength. If I'm not wrong, the people who attacked you are stronger than us. Similarly, the people who attacked us previously are stronger than you. If I didn't use a special method, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. Dark Knight Rose said. Looks like it's really a misunderstanding. Lu Ming smiled. In fact, he had thought of this when they exchanged blows earlier. That was why he had asked Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shen to stop. But just now you were the ones who attacked first. The myriad god said with some displeasure. Chapter 4467. In fact, Di Jiani had already believed the other party's words. Although he looked boorish, he was not reckless. Instead, he was very meticulous and could naturally figure it out. However, Di Jiani was the one who had attacked first, which made him very unhappy. That's why I said it's a misunderstanding. Just now, we felt that someone was watching us in the dark. We were afraid that the person who attacked us would catch up with us, so we took the initiative to attack. Anya Rose explained. Previously, the atmosphere was indeed very tense. Both of them had been attacked in the dark. Hence, when they sensed that there was someone in the dark, they instinctively felt that it was dangerous, and that someone had ill intentions towards them. When one party attacked, it naturally led to a huge battle. Hehe. Wan Shen chuckled unhappily. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, why don't we work together? Anya Rose suddenly turned her gaze and said, Work together? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That's right. I guess you guys have also been attacked by the Heavenly Human Tribe. In this ancient city, the Heavenly Human Tribe is undoubtedly the strongest. The Heavenly Human Tribe wants to kill us and take our Vitality Stone fragments. We are definitely no match for the Heavenly Human Tribe alone. Only by working together can we contend against the Heavenly Human Tribe. Anya Rose said. Even if we work together, we can't contend against the Heavenly Human Tribe with just the two of us. Lu Ming said. Although we can't contend against them, we have a higher chance of success. If we encounter the Heavenly Human Tribe, it will be less dangerous. Moreover, we can work together with more people. This time, all of the people who have Vitality Stone fragments have gathered together. We can all work together. As far as I know, some of them have already joined forces. There is no lack of divine masters among them. As long as we work together, we may be able to contend against the Heavenly Human Tribe. Anya Rose said. One had to admit that this woman was indeed very scheming. Although they were both reincarnated, Xian Yanqing was far less scheming than Anya Rose. What do you guys think? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shen. Lu Ming, you make the decision. Xian Yanqing said. I'll listen to young master. Autumn Moon nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming, you've always been resourceful. You make the decision, and I'll follow suit. Ha! The myriad god laughed. Seeing this, Dark Knight Rose was very envious. She intended to gather all the heroes in the world to create the Huiying Alliance. Although she had successfully recruited a group of top geniuses, no matter how talented they were, how could they compare to Lu Ming and the others? Putting Lu Ming aside for now, Xian Yanqing and Wan Shen both had 12-star battle prowess. In the Huiying Alliance, only she, as the alliance leader, had such combat power. As for the weakest, Autumn Moon, she had a 9-aperture sacred heart, and possessed 11 stars of battle prowess. Her potential was enormous. It would be great if these people could join the Huiying Alliance, and become her people. Of course, she could only think about it. Alright, I promise you. Lu Ming nodded, agreeing to Dark Knight Rose's request. He had made this decision after careful consideration. If they did not cooperate, it would indeed be very inconvenient for the four of them to move around in the ancient city. Firstly, they had to guard against the Heavenly Human Tribe, and secondly, they had to guard against other people's sneak attacks. It could be said that it was difficult to move an inch. It was not easy to stay alive, let alone obtain any treasures. However, if they cooperated with more people, the situation would at least not worsen. Therefore, Lu Ming agreed to cooperate. All right, then let's leave this place quickly. I happen to know where some people are. We can go and find them. Dark Knight rose. Immediately, Lu Ming's group of 4 and Dark Knight Rose's group left this place. Dark Knight Rose led the way and flew in a direction. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming and the others to completely trust Dark Knight Rose and the others. It was not that easy. Similarly, Dark Knight Rose and the others could not completely trust Lu Ming and the others. On the surface, the two sides were cooperating, but they were still wary of each other. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Although they had encountered the heavenly human tribe in the past few days, they had avoided them in advance. In addition, they did not encounter any attacks from other people. It seemed that after they joined forces, the other party was also afraid of their strength. After a few days, the fog dissipated. They did not move forward anymore, but found a hidden place to stay. They would wait for the fog to reappear half a month later before continuing their journey. After a few days, Di Jiani, Xiao Wuji and the others had recovered from their injuries. They were all seizing the time to cultivate. The people here had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. The next step was to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. They were all preparing to break through to the Divine Lord Realm, especially Dark Knight Rose and Xian Yanqing, who were the closest to the Divine Lord Realm. They were cultivating all the time, preparing to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Then the fog rose again. Lu Ming and the others set off again, moving forward with the help of the fog. After a few days, they arrived at a place full of rocks. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court was too big. It was even bigger than the Dragon Tribe's mother planet. Naturally, it was not all kinds of buildings. There were many other complicated terrains. For example, this area was full of rocks. These rocks were tall and majestic. Some were like mountains, some were like sharp swords, and some were even like various living beings. These rocks seemed to have formed some kind of formation. Xian Yanqing whispered. It has indeed formed some kind of formation. It's easy to get lost. But it shouldn't be difficult for us to get in and out. Dark Knight Rose said to Xian Yanqing. After all, they were experts of the origin realm in their previous lives. They were experienced and knowledgeable. This kind of formation formed by rocks was not particularly profound. It could not trap them. There are some people in these rocks. Let's go in. Dark Knight Rose said. After saying that, she rushed into the rocks first. Di Jiani, Yinjioling Lingheng, Xiao Wuji and the others followed closely behind. Let's go too, Lu Ming said and followed them into the rocks. As soon as they entered the rocks, the surrounding rocks seemed to move on their own. But when they looked closely, they did not seem to move. However, Lu Ming found that the terrain had changed. The surroundings seemed to be full of rocks, and it was difficult to distinguish the direction. It's really a formation. But this formation is not profound. Lu Ming was also proficient in formations in the past. Although he had fallen behind in these years, his foundation was still there. After careful observation, he found something fishy. However, Dark Knight Rose and Xian Yanqing found it earlier. They took the lead and moved in one direction. 2 hours later. Who are you? Stand there. If you continue to move forward, we will attack. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Everyone, don't misunderstand. We also have the fragments of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. We want to cooperate with you to fight against the heavenly human tribe together. Dark Knight Rose said hurriedly. It's you, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dark Knight Rose, Wan Shen. Suddenly, there were a few exclamations. Obviously, someone recognized Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4468. Someone recognized Lu Ming and the others and exclaimed in shock. Now only the heavenly human tribe in this ancient city would not recognize Lu Ming and the others since they had been cooped up in one place for thousands of years. It would be hard not to recognize Lu Ming and the others if they had Dream Sacred Jade in a bigger place. Of course, it would be a different story if they did not have Dream Sacred Jade in places like the Taishu dynasty. As a few shocked voices rang out, a figure flashed, and a dozen figures appeared in the surrounding rubble. Among them, there were 5 young people. The rest were either middle-aged or elderly. Lu Ming and the others were not surprised. It was impossible for all of them to have life spirit vitality stone fragments. It was possible that only the young ones had them, and the older ones did not. They just happened to come in together. For example, Xian Yinqing, Qiu Qiuyu, and Wan Xin did not have life spirit vitality stone fragments. They had come in like Lu Ming. It was the same for the others. For example, Anya Rose and the others did not have life spirit vitality stone fragments. In fact, only Anya Rose, Di Jiani, and Xiao Wuji had life spirit vitality stone fragments. The others were brought in by Anya Rose, mainly for opportunities. These few people. Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were a few young people who were on the universe prodigy list. They were ranked very high. One of them was even in the top 10 of the universe prodigy list. Everyone, how about we work together? Anya Rose asked again. You were attacked by the heavenly human tribe too? Asked one of the young people. His name was Bei Ao, and he was ranked 5th on the universe prodigy list. He was an absolute demon with a battle power of 10 stars. That's right. The heavenly human tribe came 3,000 years ago, and there are many of them. As far as I know, there are more than 20 almighty beings. Now they are hunting people who have life spirit vitality stone fragments. If we don't work together, we will be defeated one by one and be robbed of our life spirit vitality stone fragments, Anya Rose said. Dark Knight Rose said, wanting to facilitate this cooperation. In fact, Dark Knight Rose didn't care about these young men at all. The strongest among them was Bei Ao, who only had a battle prowess of 10 stars. He was not enough to be defeated by her with a single slap. She was only interested in the older ones. These people were most likely the elders or subordinates of those young men. Their auras were astonishing, and no less than 5 of them had reached the Divine Master realm. With the addition of these people, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Alright, I agree to cooperate. What about you? Bei Ao said as he looked at the other young men. I have no objections. Now it seems that we can only deal with the heavenly human tribe by working together. The other young men nodded in agreement. Since both sides had no objections, they naturally hit it off and quickly reached an agreement. Then it was time to discuss the details. In the end, everyone decided to find more people to work with. It would be best to gather all the people who had fragments of vitality stones together to fight against the heavenly human tribe. At the same time, they would work together to find the ancient ruins in the heavenly court. As long as they had enough people working with them, they would have enough life spirit vitality stone fragments in their hands. At that time, if they encountered something similar to what the heavenly human tribe encountered and needed enough life spirit vitality stone fragments to open, they would be able to open it directly. As for the treasures inside, it would depend on their own abilities. After discussing, they planned to send people to the vicinity of this rocky area. As long as they saw living beings who were not from the heavenly human tribe passing by, they would pull them over to cooperate. Of course, their base camp was still in this rocky area. This rocky area formed a formation. Once the heavenly human tribe attacked, they could use the formation here to easily escape. Even if the fog dissipated, they could still escape. If there was no fog in other places, once they were surrounded by the heavenly human tribe, it would be difficult to escape. Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the others first familiarized themselves with the operation of the formation in this rocky area. After a few days, when they were completely familiar with it, Lu Ming and the others scattered around the rocky area and waited for others to pass by. As for looking for people to cooperate with, it was too unrealistic and too dangerous. They could only wait in the vicinity. They cultivated and waited at the same time. When there was no fog, the heavenly human tribe would also come to this area to investigate. However, once they sensed the heavenly human tribe approaching, they would hide in advance. Therefore, the heavenly human tribe would fail every time. Just like that, time flew by. Soon Lu Ming and the others had been in this area for more than half a year. In this more than half a year, their team grew stronger and stronger. Now there were almost 50 people in total. Of course, there were only a dozen people who actually had fragments of vitality stones. The rest of the people had followed along. Among them, there were as many as 10 divine masters. This gave them a lot of confidence. Among the 10 divine masters, the strongest was a second-level divine master. There were a total of 3 second-level Divine Masters. This was also the reason why their team could exist. There was no imbalance in strength. If one of them was especially strong, such as a third-level Divine Master, it would be very difficult for them to cooperate. It was very likely that the third-level Divine Master would directly attack the others and steal their fragments of Vitality Stones. 3 second-level Divine Masters and 7 first-level Divine Masters could form a restriction. Only by cooperating could they achieve success. At this time, the group decided to leave this rocky area. They were going to look for opportunities in the Life Soul Heavenly Court. This was the Life Soul Heavenly Court. Everyone was tempted. If they could find one of the 3 legendary treasures of the Life Soul Heavenly Court, they might be able to soar. This was especially true for the weaker geniuses, such as Bei Ao, who were even more excited. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Anya Rose, and the others were now looking down on the younger generation of the primitive universe. They were envious, jealous, and even more eager to obtain the treasures of the Life Soul Heavenly Court. Once they obtained them, they might surpass Lu Ming and the others. They could look down on the primitive universe and suppress an era. The group chose to leave the rocky area during a period of fog and headed toward the center of the Life Soul Heavenly Court. The more people there were, the braver they became. They sped up. Nearly 50 figures flashed forward in the fog. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Damn it, it's the Heavenly Human Tribe. Friends, kill them. Kill them all. A loud roar came from the front left. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others heard the roar and immediately rushed toward the front left. According to the agreement, no matter who was attacked by the Heavenly Human Tribe, the others had to go and help. However, when Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was no need for them to do anything. This was because the dozen or so Heavenly Human Tribe members had been surrounded. At this time, the Heavenly Human Tribe members were pale. They looked at the 50 people around them in a daze. Chapter 4469. What are you trying to do? Are you going to rebel? I recognize you. Devil race, blood race, Buddha race. One of the celestial clan members shouted loudly. His eyes were cold as he threatened everyone. Humph, even at a time like this, you're still threatening us? Simply laughable. If we don't kill you, you'll kill us. Dark Knight Rose said. That's right. As long as we kill them all, who will know that we did it? Lu Ming continued. You two brats, you're courting death. The eyes of the Divine Master Realm Heavenly Human widened as he stared at Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose. He wanted nothing more than to eat them alive. However, his heart was trembling. He was a first-tier Divine Master. However, there were a total of 10 first-layer Divine Masters surrounding him. Even though he was confident that the fighting strength of the celestial race far surpassed those of the same level, there was still a second-layer Divine Master among them. He would definitely be no match for them and would be killed. Originally, he wanted to threaten these people. Most of these people were from races under the rule of the Heavenly Palace. Threatening them might work. After all, the Heavenly Human Tribe had accumulated too much power. Originally, he had already seen fear in some people's eyes. However, because of Dark Knight Rose and Lu Ming's words, the fear in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by cold killing intent. Damn it. He really wanted to skin Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose alive. Everyone, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Once the Heavenly Human Race's reinforcements arrive, the ones who won't be able to escape will be us. Lu Ming shouted. Little bastard, shut up. The Heavenly Human Clan's Divine Master roared. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A fist energy rushed towards the celestial race expert. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, the others immediately followed suit. Kill. Wave after wave of attacks rained down on the Heavenly Human Tribe members. There were so many experts, including 10 Divine Lords and 3 second-level Divine Lords. These Heavenly Humans simply couldn't withstand them. They roared, they threatened, they despaired, and they were killed. After a single wave of attacks, the dozen or so Heavenly Humans were all killed. Then they burned the corpses of the dozen or so celestial race cultivators, and quickly left this place. Awesome. Yeah, it's so fucking satisfying. Killing the Heavenly Humans is so satisfying. That's right. These heavenly humans are usually high and mighty. It's as if other than the heavenly humans, all the other races in the universe are ants. It's really annoying to look at them. This time, if I have the chance, I'll kill a few more. Some people discussed in secret, their eyes filled with excitement. These people had been oppressed by the heavenly human tribe for too long. Now that they had killed more than a dozen heavenly human tribe members, they immediately felt refreshed. They continued forward. In the following day, they didn't encounter anyone from the heavenly human tribe. Gradually, the crowd became bolder. The distance between them gradually widened and widened. After all, they belonged to more than 10 different factions. Although they had cooperated, they all had their own thoughts. Once they encountered any fortuitous encounter, they could take it for themselves and not share it with others. In the end, they're still a sheet of loose sand. If they really encounter a third-level divine master from the heavenly human tribe, they probably won't be able to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. Third-level divine masters were much stronger than second-level divine masters. With the strength of so many people, if they worked together, they might even be able to contend against a third-level divine master. However, looking at the situation, it would be difficult for them to work together if they really encountered danger. Ah. Suddenly, 2 screams came from the right side. However, after these 2 screams, they immediately fell silent. The expressions of the others changed. Were they attacked by the heavenly human tribe again? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, Wan Shun, Dark Night Rose, and the others quickly rushed in the direction of the screams. When they arrived, they saw 2 corpses. One was a young man and the other was an old man. At this moment, there were already some people surrounding them. These people's expressions were somewhat ugly. This was because the old man was a first-level divine master. What's going on? Don't you see the heavenly human tribe? Someone asked among the people who arrived later. No. When we arrived, we saw that they were already killed. However, we didn't see anyone else. He was also a divine master. I don't see anyone else. Could it be that the celestial race immediately retreated after they succeeded in killing the celestial race? Are they hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack? Someone said, his expression becoming serious. Many people involuntarily scanned their surroundings. They were incomparably vigilant, fearing that the celestial tribe's experts would suddenly attack. Has the Yuan Road's life spirit Yuan stone fragment disappeared? Dark Night Rose asked. Yuan Lu was the young man who had been killed. That's right, his primordial stone fragment has indeed disappeared. A divine master old man replied. Let me take a look at his wound, Dark Night Rose said. There's no need to look anymore. We've already examined them. It was indeed done by the celestial race. There's heavenly power left in their wounds, the old man from before said. However, Dark Night Rose didn't pay attention to him. She walked over and checked carefully. Then Dark Night Rose retreated expressionlessly. She came to Lu Ming's side and said, Lu Ming, why don't you go and have a look too? Oh. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Dark Night Rose also asked him to have a look. Could it be that she had discovered something? Lu Ming also walked over. He used his spiritual senses to check the wounds of the 2 men. This is... Suddenly Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. He also retreated without saying a word. It seems that the celestial race is really hiding in the dark. We have to be careful later. Someone said. We were too scattered and too far away from each other before. That's why the celestial race had an opportunity to take advantage of us. Later, they'll be closer. That's right. Everyone chimed in one after another. Lu Ming, let's stay closer to each other. What do you think? Dark Night Rose transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming replied. After a while, they continued to set off. However, they did not dare to be too far apart from each other. Instead, they gathered together and continued to move forward. In particular, Lu Ming and Dark Night Rose's groups were even closer to each other. For the next half a day, there was no movement at all. The celestial race did not continue to attack. Everyone's hearts relaxed a little. It seemed that as long as they gathered together, The celestial race would not dare to attack. They were afraid of their strength. However, Lu Ming, Dark Knight Rose, and the others did not think much of it. They could kill a first-layer divine master with a single blow and disappear without a trace before the others arrived. Would they be afraid of them? Chapter 4470. Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the others didn't dare to relax. They were constantly looking around. Suddenly, in the thick fog a few more screams were heard. Who is it? You're courting death. Then a few angry roars were heard. A few attacks were launched in that direction, but after one attack, they stopped. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The others rushed over, but they only saw 3 corpses. Among the corpses, one was a young genius. Everyone recognized him. He was a genius on the universe genius list, but he was dead. The other corpses were a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer, and the old man was a godly master. Now they were all dead. What's going on? We were so close. How could they kill us? Why didn't I sense anything? Did you see them? No. Everyone was talking at once. The more they talked, the uglier their faces became. They were already very close to each other, but they were still ambushed. A divine master expert and a genius were killed, and a life spirit origin stone fragment was taken away. How did they do it? Of course, they couldn't be within 100 meters of each other. They were at least a few hundred meters away from each other. A few hundred meters was really close to them. They could arrive in a blink of an eye. Although their vision was limited to 100 meters in this place, they would be able to detect the slightest movement in an instant. Logically speaking, it was difficult for the heavenly human tribe to ambush them at such a close distance. But the fact was someone was really ambushed and killed. Without anyone noticing, by the time the others arrived, the enemy had already disappeared. This was a bit strange. Damn the heavenly human tribe. How did they do it? Damn it. Some people roared. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, Lu Ming and Anya Rose went forward to check the wounds. Then they looked at each other and retreated. No matter what, they had to continue walking. Everyone calmed down and continued on their journey. But this time they were more cautious. More than 40 people gathered within 100 meters. They moved forward under the double detection of sight and spiritual awareness. This time, there was no movement for a few days, and they were not attacked by the heavenly human tribe. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe saw that we were gathered together and couldn't do anything, so they left? It's very likely that we're heading in the opposite direction of Yi Wu of the heavenly human tribe. We're getting further and further away from the heavenly human tribe. It's normal for them to leave after seeing that they can't do anything to us. However, I still can't let my guard down. Everyone discussed for a moment. Another day later, the fog receded. His field of vision suddenly widened, and his spiritual sense was no longer obstructed. He was able to explore very far places. Everyone immediately extended their spiritual senses to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. Look around. Many people flew up and flew in all directions to see if there were any traces of the heavenly human tribe. Now that the fog had retreated, there was one advantage, and that was that there was no need to worry about sneak attacks. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still see each other. If there was any movement, the others would be able to help in an instant. However, even after searching a large area, they still couldn't find any traces of the heavenly human tribe. There was no trace of the heavenly human tribe's aura either. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavenly human tribe had really retreated. With a wide field of vision and no heavenly human tribe around, everyone sped up. It had to be said that the ancient city was really huge. Moreover, they couldn't fully utilize their speed here. After a few days of traveling, they were still in the outer area. They had not reached the core area yet. Look, that mountain is very special. Suddenly, someone pointed at a large mountain in the distance. Everyone looked over, and their expressions changed. The mountain was shaped like a ferocious beast. Its mouth was wide open, but there was a stone door in its mouth. The stone door was closed. Other than that, there were no other doors around it. Everyone's eyes flickered. There was indeed something strange about that mountain. The various buildings that they had encountered before could be entered at will, but there were no stone doors in those buildings. However, that place was different. The stone door was closed. Could there be treasures in that mountain? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Let's go. Needless to say, everyone rushed toward the mountain. Soon, they arrived not far away from the stone door. Someone directly attacked and blasted out a burst of energy, bombarding the stone door. Boom! When the energy hit the stone door, dense runes suddenly appeared on and around the stone door, blocking the energy. An array formation. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they became even more excited. That was the first time they had seen a place protected by a rune array formation after entering the ancient city. There might really be treasures inside. The heavenly court has been destroyed by the heavenly palace for countless years. Even if there is a rune array formation, it must not be very powerful after so many years. If we join forces and attack it together, we will definitely be able to destroy this rune array formation. Someone suggested. Of course, no one objected. They all attacked. Powerful attacks bombarded the stone door. The stone door rumbled and exploded. The sound spread far and wide, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They were afraid that it would attract the powerhouses of the heavenly human tribe. However, in the face of a possible treasure, no one was willing to give up. That was a treasure left behind by the heavenly court. What if it was a heaven-defying treasure? Everyone gritted their teeth and continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Fortunately, it did not attract the attention of the heavenly human tribe. However, what made everyone speechless was that after half a day of bombardment, the stone door still did not move. Looking at the runes on the array formation, the light did not seem to have weakened. This rune array formation is so difficult to break. If this continues, we might not be able to break it even after a few months. It will be troublesome if the powerhouses of the heavenly human tribe are attracted. Someone said, "Let's see if the vitality stone fragments are useful. Let's take them out and try." An old man suggested. The old man's name was Chu-Yi, and he was one of the 3 second-level Divine Master experts. Moreover, this old man was very special because he controlled a vitality stone fragment. The other older people had followed the younger people, and did not have life spirit primordial stone fragments themselves. This was because the vitality stone fragments would choose the more talented people as their masters. Alright, let's try it together. Hearing Chu-Yi's words, everyone nodded and had no objections. Then they took out the life spirit vitality stone fragments. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as the vitality stone fragments were taken out, they trembled slightly and resonated with each other. Chapter 4471. When everyone took out their life spirit vitality stone fragments, all of them resonated with each other and emitted a rich light. The radiance gathered together and flew towards the stone door. When the radiance enveloped the stone door, the runes on and around the stone door quickly melted like snow meeting fire. It works! Everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out that the natal spirit stone fragments were really useful. With enough natal spirit stone fragments, one could really open some ancient ruins in the natal spirit heavenly court. Could it be that the natal spirit stone fragments were equivalent to a key? That was really possible. In just a few breaths, the runes around the stone door had completely disappeared. Boom. Someone made a move and continued to blast out a beam of energy, bombarding the stone door. This time, there was no rune array blocking it. With a click, the stone door opened under the force of the energy. Many people's eyes lit up and they could not hold back. In a flash, they rushed into the stone door. Let's go. Let's go too. Those who had fragments of life spirit primordial stones put them away and led their people towards the stone door. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, Anya Rose and the others also rushed into the stone door. Behind the stone door was a passageway. It was obvious that this passageway had been forcefully carved out of the mountain, and it was slanted downwards. Everyone followed the passageway and before long, they arrived at a huge underground space. This underground space was very wide and one could not see the end of it. It was like a world. What a rich divine qi. And what a rich metal qi. Lu Ming and the group's hearts stirred as they looked around. This underground space had an extremely special environment. It had an extremely rich divine chi that floated in the air like a mist, as if it was about to materialize. At the same time, it had an extremely rich metal chi. Rare metal materials could probably be born here. I'll breathe, I'll breathe, I'll breathe, breathe, breathe. On Lu Ming's wrist, Qiuqiu opened its mouth and tried its best to absorb the metal chi in the air. It was obvious how rich the metal chi was. Even Qiuqiu was alarmed. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed and looked at the stone door in front of them. Everyone flew over and arrived before the stone tablet. The stone tablet wasn't big. It was only 10 feet tall, and there were some words written on it. The ancient Chaotic Heaven Sword is Divine Lord Chaotic Heaven's personal sword. It fought alongside Divine Lord Chaotic Heaven for half of his life, and after it was destroyed, it was sealed here. These were the words on the stone tablet. At this moment, everyone realized that there was a big box under the stone tablet. It was impossible to tell what material the chest was made of, but it was covered with magical symbols that formed a spell formation that constantly absorbed the god items and metal energy in the area. Could it be that the ancient Chaotic Heaven Sword is in this chest? Unfortunately, it's a broken sword. Even if it's a broken sword, it's still a main-grade divine weapon. If it's well preserved, the materials used to refine it can be used to forge a main-grade divine weapon. Not bad, open it and take a look. Immediately, several people made their moves. The rune array on the big box was not a defensive array. It was only used to absorb the surrounding divine artifacts and metal chi, so it could be easily destroyed. In just a few moments, the rune array on the box was destroyed, and then the box was opened. Immediately, a powerful sword chi rushed out of the chest. Furthermore, a dense black fog appeared. Within the mist, there seemed to be souls howling and howling. What powerful sword chi! Look! It's a sword! Several people cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, there was a pitch-black battle sword in the chest. However, this sword was not complete. The tip of the sword had been broken, but it still retained a powerful intelligence. This could be seen from the sword chi it exuded. Such powerful sword chi. This sword is definitely a main-grade divine weapon, and a top-class one at that. Although it's broken, it's been preserved too well. Its intelligence is intact. If a master artificer were to extract the materials inside and combine them with other materials, he might be able to forge a new main-grade divine weapon. I want this sword. Swish. Someone reached out to grab the ancient Chaotic Heaven Sword in the box. But how could the others just give it up? They immediately made their own moves. Boom, boom, boom. After exchanging a few blows, they were forced to retreat and stand off. I found this steel first. You want to fight with me? A youth shouted. Who said you found it first? You were the first to speak, so you found it first? This old man found it before you even spoke. An old man sneered. I found it as soon as I entered. Another youth called out. No one was willing to back down. This old man wants this ancient sword. Suddenly, Chui made his move. He took a step forward, unleashing a berserk aura that forced the others back. Then he reached out to grab the ancient Chaotic Heaven Sword. He was a second-level god lord, so the others would find it difficult to contend against him. Only the other two god lords could contend against him, but their eyes flickered several times, but they did not make a move. It was not worth it to risk their lives against an expert of the same level for a broken main-grade divine weapon. In the end, the ancient Chaotic Heaven Sword fell into Chu Yi's hands. Eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. Qiuqiu struggled on his wrist, but he was suppressed by Lu Ming. It's really good stuff, but this old man is too strong. He's hard to deal with, Lu Ming sighed softly. This broken ancient sword was well preserved and full of spirituality. It was a great supplement for Qiuqiu. Lu Ming really wanted to snatch it for Qiuqiu to eat, and increase his strength. Qiuqiu's strength had fallen too far behind theirs. Qiuqiu was in a miserable state in Zenith's supreme immortal city, because his strength had not increased by much. Qiuqiu could only continuously increase his strength by continuously absorbing metallic materials, or divine weapons made of metal. He was not interested in the divine medicines mentioned above, and had no effect on them. The desolation pills in Zenith's supreme immortal city were great supplements for others, and could allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, but their effects were limited for Qiuqiu. Refining the desolation pills made Qiuqiu's strength increase very slowly. The weapons and pill furnaces in Zenith's Supreme Immortal City were protected by the intents and laws of Zenith's Supreme Immortal City, so Qiuqiu could not eat them at all. During his 50 years in Zenith's Supreme Immortal City, Qiuqiu had found several pieces of special metals. However, the metals in Zenith's Supreme Immortal City were no small matter. Qiuqiu had only found 3 pieces, and after refining them, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He was now at the 6th level of the Great Supreme God Realm. But compared to Lu Ming and the others, he was still too weak. Lu Ming wanted to find some precious metals or high-level broken divine weapons for Qiuqiu to devour. The ancient chaotic heaven sword was a very good food. Chapter 4472. The ancient chaotic heaven sword was a top-grade divine weapon, and the materials used to forge it were extremely precious. If Qiuqiu had devoured it, it would have been of great help. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Chu Yi's hands. Trying to take it from a second-level god lord was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. There's also a steal over there. All of a sudden, someone shouted softly. Everyone hurriedly looked over. While this person was speaking, someone had already charged over. Let's go. Everyone's figure moved, and they rushed over there. There was indeed a steal there, almost identical to the one on the ancient chaotic heaven sword. Boom. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out, divine power bursting forth. The first few groups of people to arrive had already begun to attack. By the time Lu Ming and the others arrived, they discovered that there was indeed a large chest under the steel. The chest had already been opened, and terrifying ripples were emanating from within. These ripples were boundless and lofty, as if they were the origin of everything, the core of the universe. Origin. This was an source-level divine weapon. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled, their eyes blazing with desire. The remaining 8 god lords in particular had even more fervent looks in their eyes. The 8 divine lord realm experts all charged at the chest. Then a great battle erupted. The chaotic battle between the 8 god lords was incomparably intense. Terrifying ripples of energy swept out in all directions like a terrifying wave. Those below the god lord level retreated. Only a small number of people were able to block this wave of energy. For example, Lu Ming's group and Anya Rose's group had to be at least a 9th level god emperor to be able to stabilize themselves. However, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Anya Rose, and the others did not move. Although there was an source-level divine weapon in the chest, it was clearly incomplete, with only half of it remaining. Of course, it was very well preserved, and its spirituality was still present. If one could extract the materials within, it would still fetch an astonishing price. However, it was truly too difficult to take it from the hands of 8 greedy god lords. Moreover, there were 3 second-level god lords. Even if they could take it, they would become a target for everyone. The 8 god lords exchanged several dozen blows, and the battle grew more and more intense. Kill! Chui roared as his sword pierced through the forehead of a first-tier divine lord. Destructive sword chi instantly obliterated this person's soul and cosmic bridge. A first-layer divine master expert had fallen. Bang! At the same time, another first-layer divine master was struck by a second-layer divine master. His body was torn apart, and as he screamed, his body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, 2 first-layer divine lords had been killed. Out of the 8, only 6 remained. 3 second-level divine masters and 3 third-level divine masters. At this moment, the 3 first-layer divine masters were greatly shocked. They retreated frantically, not daring to participate in the fight. The difference in strength between a first-level divine master and a second-level divine master was still too great. Fighting over treasures among second-level divine masters was an act of courting death. Boom! 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 There were still 3 second-layer divine masters left, and the battle became even more intense. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed, and the sky darkened. One could see that of the 3, Chui was slightly stronger. In this chaotic battle, he slowly gained the upper hand, almost obtaining the damaged soul-level divine weapon several times. However, each time Chui was about to obtain it, the other 2 would work together to push him back. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged more than 100 blows. All three of them were injured, and their auras were rather weak. They retreated, cautiously looking at each other. Everyone, let's stop fighting. We weren't strong to begin with, and if we continue to suffer losses, if we leave this place and run into the celestial race, we'll probably all be wiped out. That won't do anyone any good. At this moment, Dark Knight Rose stood out and said, "That's true, but who will this damaged soul-level divine weapon belong to?" A second-layer Divine Lord Elder asked. "Senior, why are you so concerned about this damaged divine weapon? I estimate that this place is where the Life Soul Heavenly Court buried the damaged divine weapon. There are probably more in other places. Some people have already gone to other places to search. If the three of you continue to fight like this, the gains will not make up for the losses." Anya Rose said. Just now, some people had indeed left to search in other directions. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were also planning to leave. The eyes of the three second-layer divine lords flashed. They knew that Anya Rose's words were reasonable, but they were still unwilling to give up the soul-level divine weapon in front of them. This damaged soul-level divine weapon in front of them truly existed. There might not be any other damaged divine weapons in other places. And even if there were, there might not be any damaged soul-level divine weapons. The two of you, this damaged soul-level divine weapon is of great use to this old man. How about you give it to this old man? This old man can compensate you." Chui said. The other two second-layer divine lords inwardly looked at him with disdain. Who wouldn't be of use to a damaged soul-level divine weapon? Only you would be of use to it. Compensation? What kind of compensation do you want to give? In the end, another second-level divine master spoke. He was still somewhat wary of Chu Yi's strength. Chu Yi was indeed slightly stronger among the three of them. Moreover, continuing the battle would be disadvantageous for them. He might not be able to take this damaged divine weapon in the end. More importantly, there might really be damaged soul-level divine weapons in other places. Many people had already gone there, so he was getting anxious. "I will compensate you with some primary divine medicines and divine pills. I guarantee that you will be satisfied," Chui said. "Let's go." While Chu Yi's group was discussing, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen had already left to search elsewhere. At the same time, Anya Rose led her group away. The three second-layer divine lords were even more anxious when they saw this. Not willing to delay, they casually discussed the compensation and left after receiving it. Chu Yi also obtained the damaged soul-level divine weapon as he wished. There should be more in this place. Chu Yi's eyes burned with passion as he also left. The group spread out to search the underground space. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others didn't have to search for long before they found a stone stele. The four of them hurriedly rushed over. God Lord Fanye's divine weapon, the Myriad Leaves halberd, was destroyed and buried here. These were the words carved on the stone stele. There was indeed a large chest beneath the stone stele. The chest was covered in runes that absorbed the energy of the divine weapon and metal. The four worked together to break open the rune array on the chest. After opening it, they saw a damaged halberd. This was a broken primary grade divine weapon. "Eat, I want to eat." Qiu couldn't hold himself back and began to struggle on his wrist. He bared his teeth and sent sparks flying. "For you." Lu Ming grabbed the broken halberd in the air and passed it to Qiu. End of this chapter. Chapter 4473. Lu Ming handed the broken halberd to Qiu. Qiu was overjoyed. It flew out from Lu Ming's wrist, opened its mouth, and swallowed the broken halberd. Then, it revealed a satisfied and intoxicated expression. "Lu Ming, it would be great if you could find me a few broken source-level mystical weapons." A few broken source-level mystical weapons? This guy. Lu Ming was a little speechless. This guy was really insatiable. Source-level mystical weapons, even if they were broken, were not that easy to find. In the primitive universe, even broken source-level mystical weapons were considered great treasures. They were controlled by the powerful races and were extremely precious. Even in the merit exchange hall of the Heavenly Palace, there were no broken source-level mystical weapons. The best they had were broken master-level mystical weapons. Back then, Lu Ming had exchanged a few broken mystical weapons worth 1,000,000 merit points for Qiuqiu. They were broken master-level mystical weapons. The Heavenly Palace also treated broken source-level mystical weapons as treasures. Why would they exchange them? This was also the place where the Heavenly Palace buried the broken mystical weapons. It was possible for them to appear here. It was very, very difficult to buy a broken source-level mystical weapon in the universe. Even if one had the money, one might not be able to buy one. Also, Autumn Moon doesn't have a source-level mystical weapon yet. If there's a chance, I have to get one for Autumn Moon. Lu Ming thought to himself. Now Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Wan Shen all had source-level mystical weapons. Only Autumn Moon's weapon was still a master-level mystical weapon. This would have a significant impact on Autumn Moon's strength. Lu Ming planned to find a source-level mystical weapon for Autumn Moon. Of course, a source-level mystical weapon could only be found by chance. I'll try my best to find one for you. Digest it well, Lu Ming said to the ball. Qiuqiu's round body happily spun a few large circles before returning to Lu Ming's wrist. It transformed into a bracelet and began to digest that main-grade divine armament. Lu Ming and the other three continued to search in other directions. Not long after, they saw another stone tablet. However, the large chest below the stone tablet was already empty. Clearly, someone else had taken the lead. Lu Ming and the other three sped up. Finally, after a while, they saw another stone tablet. The divine weapon of Han Shin Yuan Zun, broken beyond repair, was buried here as a memorial. The words on the stone tablet made Lu Ming's heart beat faster. An origin exalt. This was a divine weapon at the origin realm. Could it be a source-level divine weapon? Lu Ming wasn't sure either. After all, a source-level divine weapon was too precious. There were extremely few source-level divine weapons in the primitive universe. Some of the weaker origin realm experts didn't even have a source-level divine weapon. Only a small number of source-level divine weapons in the primitive universe were forged by the experts of the primitive universe. Most of them were found in the ruins of the universe. They were products left behind from the previous era. Every path led to the origin. At the origin realm, many things were interconnected, whether it was weapons or other things. Therefore, although this was a divine weapon left behind by an origin realm expert, it might not be a source-level divine weapon. Open it and let's see. Lu Ming and the other three took action, constantly destroying the rune formation on the large chest. Not long after, the rune formation was broken. Lu Ming waved his hand and opened the chest. A vast aura permeated out. This aura was extremely shocking. It was extremely similar to the broken halberd that had caused the battle between Chu Yi and the others. Source-level divine weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiuqiu jumped out from Lu Ming's wrist excitedly. Congratulations, young master. Qiuqiu Moon was also full of smiles. Then I'll use this divine weapon to feed this guy. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yinqing and Wan Shen. What are you looking at me for? Is there a difference between your item and mine? Xian Yinqing rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Haha, Lu Ming, take it. As long as it's useful to you, take it. You don't need to ask me. I already have a source-level divine weapon. Wan Shen laughed straightforwardly. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hold back anymore and extended his hand to grab the broken source-level divine weapon. However, at this moment, a powerful force came from afar and went straight for Lu Ming's vital spot in the middle of his back. Be careful. Qiuqiu Moon and the others hurriedly warned. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and blasted backward, colliding with the force. With a loud bang, Lu Ming blocked the force. Lu Ming looked in that direction. Another figure continued to head in this direction. It was an old man. It's him. Lu Ming's lips curled as he recognized this old man. He was one of the three remaining first-layer god lords. The one who had attacked just now was clearly this person. The moment this old man arrived, he looked at the large box with a fiery gaze. An source-level divine weapon. The old man's eyes burned with passion. Gentlemen, this old man wants this broken source-level divine weapon. Gentlemen, please do as you please. The old man said. His eyes were fixed on the big box, unable to shift his gaze away. You want it? Old man, who do you think you are? You think you can get your hands on an source-level divine weapon? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and scram. Wan Shen immediately roared. Little guy, what a big tone. What a big temper. The old man's gaze fell on Wan Shen as he said indifferently, I know all of you. I saw the recording of the battle in Taishang Immortal City in the illusory divine jade. All of you are peerless geniuses, but you are only god emperors. Do you really think you can fight against divine lords? This old man had seen the recording of Lu Ming and the others fighting in Taishang Immortal City in the illusory divine jade and knew that they were the top geniuses of the universe. However, the recording in the illusory divine jade was still a recording, so it was difficult for him to sense the powerful auras of Lu Ming and the others. Therefore, he couldn't truly sense the strength of Lu Ming and the others. As for him, he had full confidence in the fighting strength of a divine lord. He had once been a 9th-layer god emperor for more than 100 stellar years before breaking through to the divine lord realm by chance. The moment he broke through to the divine lord realm, he felt his fighting strength skyrocket. He felt that the divine lord realm was much stronger than the god emperor realm. He didn't believe that someone at the god emperor realm could fight against someone at the divine lord realm. He had heard that a 9th-layer god emperor with 9-star fighting strength could fight against an ordinary divine lord. However, he still didn't believe it and thought that the rumors were exaggerated. This was the blind confidence that powerful strength gave him. Hee, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. If you don't, then don't. Wan Shen shouted coldly, his face darkening as killing intent appeared. What a big tone. I'd like to see how you're going to make me scram. The old man sneered. Before Wan Shen could start the countdown, his figure flashed, and he pounced on Wan Shen. Boom. He punched out, his fist energy condensing into a towering mountain that pressed down on Wan Shen. Chapter 4474. Paltry Tricks. Myriad God bellowed coldly as he punched out as well, striking the mountain. Boom. The mountain exploded, but Wan Shen continued to charge at the elder. He reached out and grabbed at the air, causing a massive stone gate to appear. This was the origin secret technique, the God's Gate. The God's Gate was massive, and Wan Shen grabbed it and smashed it at the elder. Sensing the berserk power of the God's Gate, the elder paled and hurriedly used all his strength to block. He punched out with both fists, condensing a star in the air. Boom. The star collided with the Sovereign's Gate, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Next, cracks appeared on the star, and then it exploded. The elder retreated, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been injured by Wan Shen in one move. Such strength, yet you're so blindly confident. You're far inferior to the celestial race's godlords. Wan Shen mocked. Indeed, they were both first-level godlords, but this elder's strength was far inferior to the celestial race's godlords. Wan Shen could even suppress a first-level god lord of the celestial race, let alone this elder. It was normal for him to injure him in one move. Bang! Wan Shen grabbed the God's Gate and took a step forward. The earth rumbled, and his aura surged toward the elder like a raging ocean. The elder was nearly frightened to death. He hurriedly yelled, "Wait a moment. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." He was truly frightened to death. Wan Shen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He finally knew that the rumors were true. A 9th-level god emperor with 9-star combat strength could contend against the most ordinary 1st-level god lord. Although god lords were powerful, those monsters were even more heaven-defying. He had seen the recording of the competition in Zenith's Supreme Immortal City. Of the 4 people present, Wan Shen was not the strongest. Xian Yinqing and Lu Ming were ranked above Wan Shen. One was first and the other was third. Wasn't this strength even more terrifying? He cursed himself in his heart. He shouldn't have been so greedy and confident to provoke these monsters. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The myriad god sneered. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. I was just testing your strength, so that I could make better arrangements when dealing with the heavenly human triblator. Now it has proven that your strength is beyond my imagination. So, I can rest assured. The old man was spouting nonsense without batting an eyelid. Don't spout nonsense. Die. Myriad god bellowed and was about to attack. The old man's expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran. However, Lu Ming had unknowingly appeared behind this person and pressed down with his palm. The old man hurriedly raised his fist to block. With a boom, half of the old man's body was trapped in the ground. Indeed, even more perverted. The old man roared in his heart, but his mouth was shouting, spare me, it's really a misunderstanding. He screamed miserably, tears almost falling out of his eyes. As a divine master, it was quite difficult for him to have such acting skills. Hand over your storage ring and I'll spare your life, Lu Ming said. He was just a first-tier divine master, and he wasn't that strong, so he didn't take him seriously. Hand over your storage ring. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was about to cry. You won't hand it over? Then die. Myriad God shouted. I'll hand it over. In the end, the old man reluctantly handed over his storage ring to Myriad God. Scram! Myriad God waved his hand. The old man felt as if he had been pardoned. He turned around and ran, wailing in his heart. He was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Lu Ming, here you go. Myriad God tossed the old man's storage ring to Lu Ming. I only want the damaged divine weapon. The rest is yours. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his spiritual sense and found 2 damaged divine weapons. However, they were both main-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming put them away and returned the storage ring to Myriad God. Myriad God put it away without hesitation. With their relationship, there was no need for such courtesy. Lu Ming put away the damaged origin-grade divine weapon as well. This broken divine weapon looked like a mirror, made of ancient bronze. However, it was already broken, and a hole had appeared in the middle of it. Lu Ming's group of 4 found it hard to remain calm. An origin-grade divine weapon had a hole punched through it. It looked like it had been punched through by a finger. This was truly astonishing. What sort of existence could have such fighting strength? Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Myriad God all possessed origin-grade divine weapons, so they knew just how tough they were. They were completely indestructible. Let alone origin-grade divine weapons. Even main-grade divine weapons were extremely powerful. Unless they were struck by an origin-grade divine weapon, they would be very difficult to destroy. Needless to say, someone had punched through them with a finger. I'll eat, I want to eat. Upon seeing the origin-grade divine weapon, Qiu became extremely excited, its round body constantly twisting and turning. Qiu, this is an origin-grade divine weapon. Its spirituality is perfect. Can you really eat it? Lu Ming asked. Origin-grade divine weapons were not to be underestimated. The materials used to forge them were even more extraordinary, and contained an astonishing amount of energy. He was afraid that after Qiu ate it, not only would it not be able to digest it, but it would also cause major problems. Direction: I have a feeling that I can even digest an origin-grade divine weapon in perfect condition. Why don't you give me an origin-grade divine weapon in perfect condition? Qiu revealed a row of neat rows of teeth, looking very cunning. Go away, go away. Lu Ming unexpectedly kicked Qiu away, then threw the damaged origin-grade divine weapon to Qiu. As for the 2 main-grade divine weapons he had obtained from the Divine Lord Realm Elder, Lu Ming did not give them to Qiu. He was really afraid that Qiu would not be able to digest them and die from overeating. Then they continued forward and continued their search. This underground space was truly extraordinary. They concluded that this was the place where the Life Soul Heavenly Court used to bury the damaged divine weapons of the Life Soul Heavenly Court experts. Therefore, a large formation had been set up here, which contained rich divine weapons and metal qi. It was used to nurture the divine weapons. Therefore, even after so many years, the damaged divine weapons here were still as good as new, with their spirituality intact. Next, Lu Ming and the others gained quite a lot. They found another 5 main-grade divine weapons and 1 origin-grade divine weapon. In that case, Lu Ming would have 7 master-level incomplete divine weapons and 1 source-level incomplete divine weapon. Lu Ming put away all the main-grade divine weapons they found. He did not give them to Qiu. One could not become fat in one bite. It was better to take it slowly. After that, they did not gain much, because the other big boxes had been found by others before them. I really don't know how many damaged divine weapons there are, especially the origin-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming thought, feeling a little excited, but then he shook his head. It was just a thought. With their strength, they could not eat all the damaged divine weapons. Chapter 44-75. After some time, Lu Ming and the others returned to the entrance. The others had also returned. However, Lu Ming discovered that some people were still missing. 6 people were missing. One of them was a first-level divine lord. Everyone looked at each other, knowing what was going on. Those missing people must have been killed by others while fighting over the divine weapon fragment. However, no one said anything. We've finished exploring this place. Let's go, Chui said. Everyone nodded and left together, continuing onward. Soon 10 some days had passed. The fog descended once more, shrouding the ancient city in a thick fog. This time, everyone was a lot bolder. This was because they had already left the celestial race. There were no longer any celestial race cultivators in this region. In the fog, the group once more distanced themselves from each other. After the divine weapon fragment, everyone's minds became active once more. If they could find such a treasure ground by themselves and not share it with others, wouldn't that be great? Only Lu Ming's group of 4 and Dark Knight Rose's group did not separate. Instead, they moved together. Sure enough, before long, something happened. Half a day after the fog had risen, several miserable screams resounded through the region. Everyone was shocked and rushed over to take a look. In the end, they saw a corpse lying on the ground, no longer breathing. A one-hit kill. Just like before, it was a one-hit kill. One of them was a first-level divine lord. Damn it. What's going on? Isn't there no celestial race cultivators in this region? How could someone be killed? Someone roared, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Was it done by one of our own? Someone asked. Everyone's hearts immediately rose to their throats. Their figures flickered as they maintained their distance from the others. Moreover, everyone was looking at the remaining Divine Lord experts, especially the 3 second-level Divine Lords. It really was possible that one of them had done it. There was an extremely high possibility that they had secretly killed others and seized their natal soul origin stone fragments. And the most likely possibility was that the 3 second-level Divine Lords had done it. Only they were capable of killing a first-layer Divine Lord in a single strike when their opponent was caught off guard. It was very difficult for a first-level Divine Master to do so. Everyone, don't fall into their trap. Perhaps this is the celestial race's plan. They want us to be suspicious of each other and panic, so that they can take advantage of us. Chui shouted. Heavenly Human Tribe? Where was the Heavenly Human Tribe? We didn't encounter any heavenly humans along the way. Someone said. But the residual energy in their wounds is clearly the energy of the heavens. How do you explain that? Chui said. Everyone fell silent. That's right. The remnant energy in these people's wounds was indeed the energy of the heavens. This point was undeniable. As for the heavenly energy, only the people of the heavenly human clan were capable of controlling it. The people of the other clans were unable to control it. Could it be that the heavenly human race really did it? He has mastered a terrifying concealment technique and is hiding in the dark to watch us? Someone said. His voice was trembling and filled with fear. Hearing this, the others also felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. Could it really be so? Was there a terrifying heavenly human tribe elite watching them from the dark? Or could it be that the murderer was one of them? For a moment, it was difficult for everyone to tell who was real and who was fake. They only felt that there was danger everywhere around them. I think we'd better wait here and wait for the fog to recede. It won't be too late to take action then. A young man said. He and a few of his subordinates sat cross-legged on the spot, and did not intend to leave. Now it was safer to stay where they were and keep a distance from the others. At the same time, they also looked around. In this way, whether it was the heavenly human tribe or their own people, they could be on guard. I also think that's the best way. Let's wait for the fog to recede before we leave. The others also did the same. They sat where they were and kept a distance from the others. However, the distance was not that far. Once there was a movement, the others could immediately support them. Lu Ming, Anya Rose, and the others looked at each other and also sat where they were. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. In my opinion, the murderer is among us. At that moment, Anya Rose spoke. However, she did not speak to everyone. Instead, she spoke to Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Di Jiani, and the others. Her voice was only heard by the two groups of people. Oh, how do you know? Wan Shun's eyes moved and he also sent a voice transmission. Lu Ming has checked before. Lu Ming, you should have found something, right? Anya Rose said. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Wan Shun, Di Jiani, Ling Heng, Yin Jioling, Xiu Wuji, and the other three young men could not help but look at Lu Ming. That's right. I also think that the murderer is not from the heavenly human tribe. He is among this group of people, because although there is residual heaven's power in their wounds, there is also a trace of death qi in the residual heaven's power. Although it is faint, it can be discovered if one observes carefully. Lu Ming said, and he continued to send a voice transmission. Since he suspected that the murderer was among this group of people, he naturally could not let others hear it. Death qi. What does this mean? Wan Shun asked. However, there were a few people whose eyes lit up as though they had thought of something. For example, Xian Yanqing and Di Jiani. Death qi, it means that the owner of heaven's power is dead. However, a dead person would not kill. This time it was Anya Rose who was alive. Then, Wan Shun and the others who did not understand initially had their eyes lit up. I know. Someone made use of the dead heavenly human tribe members to kill and steal the Vitality Stone fragments. Wan Shun said. That's right. Although I don't know what means they used, this is probably the reason. Otherwise, even if they have some hidden means, they wouldn't be able to appear and disappear so stealthily that we did not notice at all. It could only be done by one of our own. The other party's guard was lower and hence, they could kill in one blow. The most likely culprits would be the 3 second Heaven Divine Masters. Lu Ming said. What should we do next? Wan Shun asked. Get rid of this person. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to move about. We have many Vitality Stone fragments in our hands, and will definitely be targeted by this person. Even if we leave now, this person will follow us and secretly ambush us. This time, it was Anya Rose who spoke. Get rid of this person? The other party might be a second Heaven Divine Master. To put it bluntly, even if all of us join forces, we might not be able to kill a second Heaven Divine Master expert. Lu Ming said. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, if we plan carefully and work together with Xian Yanqing and I, it might not be impossible. Anya Rose said.